Hey there, everyone. Welcome to Spartanburg, South Carolina. It is the 89th edition of the Shrine Bowl of the Carolinas. We got some cheerleaders behind us.
Looking good.
Looking good, ladies.
Yes.
All right. Hey, listen, I'm joined by my good friend, Delano Little, broadcasting icon. I love to call you that.
You're so kind. You're so kind.
Happy holidays to you.
Happy holidays to you.
Glad to be here today.
I love it. I feel the energy right now. You got the cheerleaders, you got the player introductions going on right now. Yeah, it's fantastic.
We're getting close to kickoff.
Yes.
So, Delano, when we talk about high school football, and we've both been around it for years, and we talk about the landscape of high school football in the Carolinas, what does this game mean? Where does it fall in that landscape?
You know, it's a huge rivalry. I had the opportunity and the privilege to play in my All-Star game when I was a senior in Georgia. But you split the state, you split it to north and south.
Right.
This actually has a real big feel of a rivalry to it because you got two different states. You got North Carolina and you got South Carolina, and it gives it a little bit more flavor, if you will, right?
Exactly. You know, and it is such a special game. And when we think about it, and we think about some of the history, some things you may not know about this game, it's the 89th playing of this game, as we talked about.
Yes.
The oldest high school all-star game in the nation. I mean, we're going back to December 4th. Of 1937.
Wow.
And it started actually just up I-85 there in Charlotte.
Yes.
So, you know, you think about that. South Carolina, they lead the all-time series in this. But, of course, North Carolina won last year, so South Carolina looking for a little bit of revenge.
Yeah, and it was the first time North Carolina had won in 11 tries, right? So
exactly.
So that was a revenge for them, so now South Carolina tries to come back, right?
And, you know, when you think about this game, too, and we think about the records and all the great coaches and great players and all of that, what's really special about this is the relationship they have with the Shriners Children's Hospital.
Absolutely.
And since this game first kicked off, they have raised over $75 million.
$75 million. And you know, you mentioned about the Shriners Hospital. The big thing about it is that there's no paying for these families.
Right.
No paying as far as insurance or anything of that nature. They take care of them and make sure that helps the families, the parents, and it makes the kids feel good, too.
Right. And on the field beforehand, I talked to a couple of patients and their families, and it's just special.
Yes.
It's amazing. All right, a little bit of interesting facts for you when we talk about the Shrine Bowl. Played in Spartanburg, South Carolina, every year since 2004, but like we said, it started up the road there in Charlotte. The highest scoring team ever in this matchup, 2000 South Carolina squad put up 66 points.
Yeah, that's a lot of points.
That's pretty
I watched
impressive.
a high school game the other day with Shelby winning the state championship. Where they put up like 200, it was like 80 or something, but it was fun.
Interesting part, juniors, they were allowed to play at the beginning, but not since 1947 have juniors been allowed to play. So it's always been a senior-only game, which is kind of cool.
It should be.
And then 50 of the past All-Stars that have played in this game, of course, gone into the NFL. That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, it shows how much talent the Carolinas have, and that's what you get a chance to measure yourself. And for the first time, you know, when you play against other high schools, they have 2 or 3 stars on their team.
Right.
This is when you come together and start to feel like there's layers to college and then college to pros. It's kind of like tiramisu, if you will. You know, it's one of those kind of deals.
Exactly. So, of course, it's a crazy week when we talk about all the practices and we talk about everything they've got to put together. Let's talk about the coaches real quick. We had a chance to actually follow the coaches around, and we mic'd them up to see exactly what they do during this week. It's a crazy week. Take a look.
It'll be fun.
Get out there.
Come on. There you go. Good.
Let's go. Depends on you guys.
Just want a little bit more speed.
We will be physical. Let's go. Eyes up. Quick feet. Let's go. Get it straight. Don't waste a rep. Good boy. Good boy.
There you go. Good job. Good speed coming off the edge. Turn the hips. There you go. Pass him off. Good job jumping that drag. Now, you know, if it keeps on going, just pass it along. Defensive focus. Good job.
Good boy. Nice ball. You good?
Yes, sir.
Attaboy. Hawkeye. That's it. Smooth. Keep working. Oh, hurry. One more, coach. Let's go. One more.
Hey, butts.
Oh, shoot.
That's going to be one of the strengths.
Good.
They're all wide and strong.
Did we just get beat deep?
We did.
That's what I thought. Trying to learn, coach. Trying to learn. Who's got to jump it?
South Carolina on 3, South Carolina on 2, 1, 2, South Carolina!
Now, of course, I'm amazed at what they do. It's crazy that they can bring all these kids together in a week and build a culture somewhat.
Yeah, because these players have played for their coach for 4 years, their specific coach, and then you come in and you have to listen to somebody else give you orders or whatever the case may be. But it can be a special moment for you.
Exactly. All right, so we are joined now by another member of the Mayhackle sports team, Jack Taylor. Jack's on the field, and Jack, when we talk about the coaches, we talk about the head coaches, but the assistant coaches, they're just as important.
Yeah, absolutely, Jeff and Delano. The assistant coaches coaches are really kind of what helps to get all this thing gelled together, because you bring in all these players from all these different offenses and defenses, and they only have a short amount of time to make sure that they can get a good product out on the field, especially when you look at North Carolina. Coach Craddock and Tarboro historically and famously run the Tarboro T. It's an old school, holy roller kind of offense. They don't really throw the ball, but with these wide receivers that we're going to have on the field, you can't do that. So the assistant coaches that they have for North Carolina are going to make sure they can gel well to a high-powered offense. Then, of course, what happens when you're an assistant coach, that puts you in the running to be able to be a head coach somewhere down the line. So it's really a prestigious appointment for them as assistant coaches, and something that they can hope they can finish out as head coaches in the future. Either way, should be an exciting game so far. Jeff Gelato, back to you guys.
All right, Jack Taylor, thanks. We'll hear more from him during the game itself. Of course, we have a lot more coming up from Spartanburg in our pregame show. Coming up, we'll hear from the two men on the call for today, Reginald Walker and Darren Vaught. That's next. Stick around. More from Spartanburg coming at you. Hey everyone, welcome back to Spartanburg, South Carolina, the 89th edition of the Shrine Bowl of the Carolinas. I'm Bay Hackle Sports Director Jeff Taylor. We have Delano Little also joining us, and now we got the two men on the call for today, Reginald Walker, Darren Vaught. Gentlemen,
yes.
Happy holidays.
Happy holidays to you both. Excited to be here as always.
Okay,
yeah, another year. Let's get it.
I upped my fashion game this year. No polos.
You look good.
You look good.
They sent me the memo, and they said, we're wearing some blazers, and I said, I can always hear my mother saying, you need a jacket on, son. That's why I got the
It's a
jacket
beautiful
on.
day. Beautiful day for football. All right, let's get to this game. This is year number 3 for you guys calling this game. How special is it for you guys to be able to call this game?
I mean, it's huge. I think Reggie and I tell everyone and anyone who will listen, really, it's become one of our favorite things. We do a lot of games together. We do a lot of games separately. I think individually it's become one of our favorite events that we do all year, and it's partially because of the football. Yes, this is an all-star game. There's a lot of talent, but just because of the connection with the Shriners Hospital and what this game means to so many communities in this region makes it hugely impactful and a lot of fun.
Yeah, I would agree with all of that. It's a celebration in my mind of several things. We talk about everything that the Shriners Hospitals do, and then you add to it a celebration of these young players ending their high school careers, many of them going to play further. So to me, it's the celebration piece of it as well.
Yeah, and you guys actually see some of the high school state championship games, you call those, and then I guess it makes a good culmination to come here and see them kind of wrap it up, right?
Yeah, it is cool because we're very familiar with a lot of the players in this game already, and there are plenty we're not familiar with. I think it's safe to say Reggie and I were both excited to get familiar with them in this little snapshot that we get.
Yeah, a couple of stories. What become some of the stories we follow today?
Yeah, I think a big one for me, guys, and we've kind of paid attention to this the last couple of years. I thought South Carolina, the last 2 years with some of the edge guys, outside linebacker types, really added to what their defense could be, what Shane Beamer is building. I know the season didn't turn out the way it was, but they add to that even more so this year. A couple of offensive linemen in this game, a couple of defensive backs, including Patterson and Jazavian Kearns, a couple of South Carolina kids that are going to go to the University of South Carolina. So something for me to keep an eye on. how those guys start to add. Looking forward to seeing those guys fly around in a game like this.
If I may also pull back the scope a little bit.
Right.
Let's not forget, this is about bragging rights.
Yes.
State
Exactly.
versus state. And last year when we were here, North Carolina won this thing for the first time in 12 years. Is that going to motivate a South Carolina group?
Yes.
Is it going to, encourage North Carolina to give their best effort to win consecutive games for the first time in a long time? I think that's a huge piece to this game.
Quickly, this is a chance for some kids who don't have any offers to show their stuff.
Yeah, I think that's a huge piece of it. I saw some college coaches in the building today. Not going to say who because I don't know all the recruiting rules. But I saw some coaches.
You won't get in trouble.
But I'm telling you right now, there's some coaches here to find some players.
Yeah, and just a heads up, I mean, we've got 4 running backs between both of these teams, not committed.
Unbelievable.
Not committed. So, those are guys that typically in a game like this, you strip everything down. Running backs touch the ball a lot.
Yep.
Chance to make some names for themselves.
Showcase.
Got it. Yep.
Yeah.
Reggie Walker, Darren Vaught, we'll let you guys get to the booth. Have a good call.
Love it.
We
Appreciate
appreciate
you guys.
you. All right,
you
hey,
guys.
listen, we have more coming up from Spartanburg. Coming up next, we'll talk to the 2 coaches. That's right after the break. Stick around. More coming at you from the Shrine Bowl of the Carolinas.
New look.
Hey there, everyone. Welcome back to Spartanburg. It is the Shrine Bowl of the Carolinas, the 89th edition. I'm Jeff Taylor of Bayhackle Sports, alongside my good friend here, Delano Little. And Delano, as we take a look at what it takes to be the head coach, quite a selection. Chosen by Athletic Director Ron Long, approval needed by governing officials. They also had to serve as assistant coach in previous Shrine Bowls. So that's quite a thing you got to go through.
Absolutely. Well, Bayhackle Sports' Jack Taylor, well, he had a chance to sit down with the North Carolina head football coach. Take a listen.
Hello everyone, I'm Jack Taylor with Bayhackle Sports, and I'm joined by the head coach of Tarboro High School, Jeff Craddock. Sir, thank you for talking with me.
Absolutely, thank you for your time.
Now, you're the reigning 1A state champ into now 2A. Talk a little bit about not only what the offseason was like, but then getting the call up to coach for North Carolina.
Yeah, different off season, but well, not so much different, but we kind of do the same things at Tarboro to get ready for a season, regardless if we're a 1A team or a 2A team. But getting put in a bigger conference, well, we didn't see that one coming. But we've been in a lot of different conferences, and it doesn't make a difference to us. We just my job is to make sure we put the best football team on the field. I let the state tell me where I got to go play, what conference I'm in, and my job is to get the boys ready and play. So we had a great offseason, getting the call for the Shrine Bowl. I was starting to get a little nervous. You know, I'm not a big bucket list guy, but I know I'm not going to do this forever. And I was like, well, I would really love the opportunity to do the Shrine Bowl. And I'm like, man, I'm starting to run out of time, because I did it back in 2011 as an assistant coach under Coach Barnes. Had a great time, and I was like, man, I may miss the call here. I don't know, but I got the call, and I was excited, and it's been a great opportunity to meet other coaches and to meet other players, going to the combines and meeting all the kids all over the state. It's been a really great experience.
Everyone knows about Tarboro and their running attack, the dynamic and historic running attack that Tarboro has. How excited are you to get to play a little bit with wide receivers that, you know, and do a different offense that you normally would?
Well, it's funny because we're a 4-4 cover 3 team, and I've been running that defense for a long, long time, and I know it pretty well, okay? Well, to get to the Shrine Bowl, they say you got to run a 50. I'm like, okay, so it's a little bit out of my box, but we'll adjust and adapt. And then, as you know, we're a double tight T team. When you can't run that in the Shrine Bowl, nobody wants to play that offense. So I'm like, let's see, I can't run the 4-4, I can't run the T, I got to run the spread offense, and I got to run the 50. So they're really taking me out of my comfort zone. But that's why I got great assistant coaches, right? But we're going to run the football now. Don't get me wrong, but you got to keep those receivers happy too. I get it, and we got some great ones, and we got some quarterbacks who can throw it. So I'll be honest with you, even as the head coach, I'll probably learn the most out of anybody, seeing how they install the spread and the concepts behind it, because obviously it's not what I'm focused on at Tarboro. So I'll leave the Shrine Bowl a better coach by far than what I went into it, just learning a little bit more about the game of football.
Absolutely. Well, thank you again for coming to talk to us, representing North Carolina for the Shrine Bowl. Should be a great game.
Absolutely. Thank you.
And the best part about that, Delano, was when he talked about him not being able to run the offense and defense he's run for so many years because he can't run it in the Shrine Bowl.
Yes, that's the way it goes sometimes.
That's the way
right?
it goes, exactly. All right, listen, on the other sideline is Paul Sutherland of Liberty High School. I had a chance to sit down and talk with him and get his thoughts about this game. Hey there, everyone. I'm here with the head coach of the South Carolina squad, Paul Sutherland. And Paul, first question for you. Such a historic game. To be the head coach, what does that mean to you?
Very humbling, very blessed. Again, being a lifetime resident of South Carolina, it means a great deal to me to try to give back to high school football in the state of South Carolina that has been so good to me, my family, and to represent the coaches that I have great respect for and great friendship for. But just I'm very humble and very blessed.
When we talk about coaching and you're at a high school, Liberty, and you get a chance to build a program, it takes time. Now you're bringing together this roster of athletes in a week. Does the coaching mentality change at all? I mean, how do you build, I'm trying to get, how do you build a culture, or what do you do in that week?
It certainly changes because everything's so quick, the week goes by so fast, but I still think coaching begins and ends with relationships. And I look forward to forming relationships with these kids, and the coaches and I have already formed that great relationship. But again, yes, it is different because you've got 1 week and you've really 2.5 days of practice. So that part's different, but the relationship piece will still be first and foremost of everything we try to do that week.
To know how important this game is to North Carolina and South Carolina, and here you are coaching your high school team, but this game's December 20th. How do you kind of mesh it all together with doing what you're doing and getting ready, even though we talk about that week? Are you preparing, did you prepare for a couple of months?
We've been at it for a while as far as combines and coaches meeting. You have to departmentalize and really plan your time well as far as, when to be Shrine Bowl, when to be Liberty football. I'll leave this meeting and go straight to my coaches meeting. So it's a very busy time, as Coach and I have talked about, but it's also you have to slow down and enjoy the process and considering what a blessing it is to be a part of this game.
Coach, thanks for your time.
Thank you for what you do.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
God bless.
Thank you.
Congratulations to both of these coaches.
Quite an honor.
Yes, very much so.
Well deserved, well deserved. All right, hey, listen up. We have more coming up on our pregame show. We're minutes away from kickoff, and coming up, we just heard from the coaches. We'll hear from some of the players, Jack Taylor, with some interviews there. Stick around. More coming at you from the 89th edition of the Shrine Bowl of the Carolinas right here in Spartanburg, South Carolina. A beautiful day for football. We'll be right back.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Jack Taylor here with Gavin Barber, tight end out of Mooresville High School. Gavin, thanks for sitting down and talking with me.
Of course.
So, first of all, just talk a little bit about getting to play in this game, what it means for you to be in one of the oldest bowl games in the country.
I would say I'm really truly blessed to be here. Like, my dad, he talks about this thing like it's literally the Super Bowl for us. And I mean, I guess that's what it is for us. Like, that's what we kind of have to take it as, because it's the best of the best here.
So, committed to App State for college. First of all, congratulations on that.
Thank you.
And you've gotten the chance now to have a couple other guys that are committed to App, and you're playing with them in this game. Talk a little bit about getting to meet guys from all different schools and now getting to meet some of your teammates for next year.
I would say playing with my teammates from App. I've hung out with Manny before. Like, we hang out at the games, we talk here and there, but like actually getting to bond with them and hang out with them at the hotel, out at practice, on the bus, like all together, we talk about anything, but most of all football. But I'd say like being able to get that bond before going there, and especially before this game with the new teammates, I think that's really big for us.
North Carolina got a rare win last year. South Carolina's kind of run the table a little bit. Is there a little bit of an extra motivation on y'all's shoulders to to create a win streak this year?
I ended my season not how I wanted to, with a loss, and I really don't want to go back home with my final game of my senior year with another loss. I really want to go ahead and make it a back-to-back win for North Carolina.
All right, well, congratulations. Hope that happens. And now we're joined by two teammates from South Point High School representing South Carolina. We've got Jazavian Currents and Anthony Baxter. First of all, congratulations on your state championship win. Talk a little bit about that experience.
I mean, playing in the state championship is all I ever wanted. I mean, being in the moment and like winning it, know you won it, it's the greatest feeling ever.
Just happy to bring it back to my city. And my guys, we put all the work in the world. I've seen them. We've been doing this since we were little, so we've been at it. Long 4 years, ended it off right.
With North Carolina getting the rare win in the Shrine Bowl last year, has there been some conversation around the South Carolina guys to bring that trophy back to South Carolina?
Yeah, our coach last night was talking about we can't let that happen again.
He was preaching, be more physical.
Yeah.
Physicality gonna win us this game Saturday.
Just talk a little bit about being in the Shrine Bowl. It's such an honor for players in North and South Carolina. How much has just this selection meant to you and just the whole experience?
The guys before me that came from our school that was in it, it was my mentors, the people I looked up to, and now to be a part of this game, it really means the world to me.
It's just an honor to do it. You know, all the great ones before me did it. So just holding up the state, putting for my city and for my state is just an honor.
Both of your teammates in high school, you'll be teammates at the next level, going to South Carolina to play for the Gamecocks. Yes, and you've got a lot of other Gamecocks on the South Carolina roster with you. Talk about just getting to play in this game with these guys that are going to be your teammates next year.
So getting to play with the guys, I feel like it's going to build chemistry together, and we're going to show it on the next level.
It's our first real look at what it's going to be like when we get there, because we're here all week by ourselves. There's no parents, just giving us a real college feel, and then being with those guys I'm going to college with is just giving us better chemistry, like you said.
I know y'all have just met head coach, but given that he's retiring, this is his last game as a coach, just how much more emphasis has that put on this whole experience?
Getting to know that last night, it really made me want to get this win for him, send him out with a bang. I mean, he's a great guy. He talks like he's just a man of God, and I love that.
Just sending him out the right way, putting a smile on his face on Saturday, that's just all we want to do.
Well, hopefully that all works out well.
Yes,
Good luck to you guys.
Yes, sir. Appreciate that.
And that's just a small sampling of the players that we have here today. Congratulations to those players going on to play at the colleges they're going to. Now, of course, Delano, that is just one of the there's stories all over the place.
Absolutely.
And I think one of the cool ones
the biggest one.
Yeah, is for you folks out there that may not know this, there's a ball run that started this morning at the Children's Hospital in Greenville, the Shriners Children's Hospital. They take the ball that they're playing with, and they take it all the way here to Spartanburg High School. And actually, the young lady who did the last leg of the bringing the ball into the stadium today, she's a senior at Spartanburg High School. She was a patient at that hospital, and now she's getting to run that ball in. That's amazing.
What a story it is. We were just told that by the athletic director, and you can just tell how the pride that he had that she was doing that.
He got a little emotional talking about it, but I mean, you can see the map there. I mean, that's quite a haul. They have a certain amount of people who run. Not one person does it the entire way, but it's just still awesome. And, you know, we saw her here just a minute ago run the ball in. The crowd went nuts. So it's just amazing what they do. So many great stories, and we'll tell more throughout the game itself. But final thoughts, Delano, it's just a special day.
Well, first of all, I'm glad I don't have to be the one running the ball in, because I don't have it anymore. But you know, it's a good feeling. The pageantry of high school football is is here with the best players in the Carolinas.
And when you just think about the history and, 89 years playing this, it's pretty special, and it's going to be a great time. And, for ourselves, we can relive our glory days a little bit and think about when we were back this age and what it meant to play in games like this. It's awesome.
Absolutely. You think South Carolina gets their revenge today?
I think South Carolina gets the win. Yeah, I think they get it back, and they'll be good to go. And, of course, Reggie Walker, Darren Vaught, they're on the call. They'll join us right after the break. Thanks for joining us for our pregame show. The 89th edition of the Shrine Bowl of the Carolinas coming at you next from Spartanburg High School in Spartanburg, South Carolina. Happy holidays, everyone.
South Carolina, 89 years ago, this game was started. It's the 89th edition of the Shrine Bowl of the Carolinas, the longest-running all-star high school football game of its kind. We are glad to have you with us here at Viking Stadium. Welcome to you. He's Reginald Walker Jr. I'm Darren Vaught. We're so glad you're here. Reggie, we get fired up for this one. This year is no different. Great weather, a great crowd on hand, and again, it's the Shrine Bowl of the Carolinas.
Darren, it's a celebration. It's the culmination of a high school football season, culmination of a lot of guys' careers as high school football players, and also some storylines, the last ride for some coaches and players as well.
The storylines change year to year, but they stay the same in a lot of ways. There's a lot of bragging rights involved in this game. It's a very, very significant event between the states of North and South Carolina. As you can see here, we mentioned it, 89th edition of this game. North Carolina victorious last year for the first time in 12 years, but South Carolina leads the all-time series 47-34-7. And of course, you go way back, it was first held December 4th, 1937. The most important part, the bottom bullet there, all profits go to the Shriners Hospital, totaling over $75 million over the span of this great, great game. When we focus specifically on this year, Reggie, we got a couple of great coaching storylines.
Yeah, we do.
Both Paul Sutherland of Liberty for South Carolina and Jeff Craddock of Tarboro for North Carolina.
Yeah, it's really significant for both of these coaches, and I think the best part is they get an opportunity to give their last ride with some of the guys that they've been here with. Coach Craddock just won his 8th state championship. I was actually on the call for that game. That guy right there in the back with the white hat, an absolute winner. That's all he does as a head coach.
And he gets to coach an absolute winner. One of his own guys for the final time, Tyler Powell, a linebacker for this North Carolina team.
Yeah, he's going to kind of play the jack position. Tyler Powell also was a guy that had to play quarterback in a run-heavy offensive system for Tarboro, particularly this last season. He's an absolute stud. He can get after the passer. And oh, by the way, picked up an offer from Lenore Ryan after playing in their stadium for state championship. How about him?
On to the other side, Coach Paul Sutherland we'll get to in just a moment. Jamaje Kareem is his star running back from Liberty, so Coach Sutherland gets one of his own guys on this South Carolina team.
And this kid is an absolute stud at the running back position. Great vision. He's got the speed to finish. He's got power, tough to bring down with one hand. He's going to be fun to watch throughout this one. And he gets to play for a guy who absolutely loves him and has taught him a ton of football.
Paul Sutherland has announced his retirement at the end of this past fall. So this is his last game coaching ever. Paul Sutherland, he's looking forward to it very much and just going to let the guys play, as he put it. Kickoff just moments away. Stay with us for the 89th Shrine Bowl of the Carolinas. Back with you at the Shrine Bowl of the Carolinas. I mentioned prior to the break, Coach Paul Sutherland for South Carolina coaching in his last game ever. A long, successful career at Liberty High School, and hanging it up after this game. For more on Coach Sutherland and his ending his career, he says he'll still be around plenty. We go down to Jack Taylor on the South Carolina sideline.
Yeah, guys, Coach Sutherland's career will end after this game, but it almost came to an end back in 2017. He actually suffered a heart attack on-field post-game when he was coaching for Pendleton. Now, when he woke up in the operating table in the hospital, he woke up to the eyes of one of his former wide receivers, Greg Addis, who became a nurse. They were together at Westside High School when he was an assistant coach back in the 90s, and Addis actually caught a touchdown pass in the 92 Shrine Bowl for South Carolina. It was a really special moment to see that recovery for him, and then, of course, he was able to continue coaching on, obviously, up until this game here. So this will be the true last game of his career, and just a real meaningful send-off moment for Coach Sutherland. He took over a Liberty team that only had one win in 2020, leading them now to 2024, having their highest points per game average in school history. He got his 150th win. He's going to finish out with 161 wins in his long-term career, and that really caps off with that 5 years at Liberty that he was able to be successful. Now we have more on the coach for the North Carolina side, and that's Jeff Taylor over on the sideline. Jeff, what do you got for us?
Yeah, Jack, when you talk about Coach Craddock in the North Carolina sideline, it's been a whirlwind for him the past week. Saturday, his team played for a state championship. They won. That was in Hickory, so they had to go from Hickory to Tarboro. And then Saturday night, early Sunday morning, they went from Tarboro to here in Spartanburg. They've traveled over, I'm trying to add it up, and I really can't do it, close to 800 miles in a couple of days. It's been crazy, but of course, there's no place that Coach Craddock and his team would rather be than right here, looking to defend that North Carolina win from last year. All right, so now back to Reggie and Darren. We're getting close to kickoff.
Thank you, Jeff. Round about 800 miles. That's not bad math off the top of your
really
head.
Good math by Jeff. That guy's a beast down there. I'm trying to be like him when I grow up.
So South Carolina will receive the opening kick to get us underway. The Sandlappers is the moniker for the SC side against the Tar Heels of North Carolina. The kick is away, and it is into the end zone for a touchback. That is how we will start South Carolina from their own 20.
Darren, I'm so excited for this game because I think the playmakers on the outsides, the wide receivers on both teams, to be honest with you, it's going to be fun to watch those guys match skills with some of these defensive backs. This is going to be a fun game. Obviously, it's got to start at the line of scrimmage. These offensive lines, I wouldn't call them makeshift. They're super talented, but most of these guys obviously have not played together.
Jakin Davis gets the start at quarterback for South Carolina. He is a Liberty commit out of Stratford High School. And on first down, out of the shotgun, he goes deep. He's got a man wide open. It's caught. That'll be an easy 6 to begin the festivities. Touchdown, South Carolina. Zamarius Robertson on the receiving end, the North Carolina commit.
A couple of people that got to feel really good, but right here it's just a one-on-one situation. Top of the screen, he just runs by Braylon Peoples in a one-on-one situation. The safety help from Pluto Surratt not there over the top. It's a walk-in touchdown. And I tell you what, I know Coach Bill Belichick feels really good about what Mr. Robertson can bring to that program, but I'm going to tell you right now, probably the most excited person, Jamie Chadwell. He lost his offensive coordinator, Willie Corn. He's going to step away from coaching. Ethan Vasco at the quarterback position was okay this year. They want to be more explosive in the passing game. That's an example with Jakin Davis in that arm.
Spartanburg High School's very own Will Love for the extra point, and it's true, 7-0, one play in.
Darren, we said it. The skill guys on the outside, it's going to be a fun one to watch. Those guys match wits, and one play in, we got what we expected. This is an explosive way to start this game.
That's a happy Paul Sutherland, the head coach, looking to be sent off in winning fashion.
How about Coach Sutherland? You get an 80-yard explosion to start the game. You got to love that.
Well, that is the kind of contributions you can get from a receiver group like this. Of course, that was Robertson on the catch. He's not even included on here, but he has a ton of ability as well. I can't imagine these guys will be quiet.
Jude Hall on his way to Arkansas. Amari Acker on his way to NC State. Cameron Vance on his way to Lafayette. I mean, you talk about some guys that can absolutely go get it in the passing game. Look at that. Look at Jude Hall. First of all, you're a 400-meter champion. You're built different. There's one thing to be quick. That's another thing to have that kind of win to run that race.
So the kick goes out of bounds. And now to be the first crack at it for North Carolina. So here's Jacob Smith to lead the way out of Reagan High School. He is a two-sport commit to NC State, also a heck of a baseball player.
I just love this kid's resolve. Had the ACL injury, really didn't get his mobility back until midway through this senior football season. Played really well down the stretch for a really good Reagan program. Coach McGee can coach him well, and Smith is an example of it.
First play is a run, and it's snuffed out. Ahmad Scott from Greenwood makes the tackle in the backfield.
Yeah, Ahmad Scott's got good bend off the edge, maybe a little undersized to be a defensive end type. Probably going to play linebacker at the college level. Whoever gets him is going to get a kid that absolutely gets after you. Very interesting to see where he ends up in his career. He's got good bend, good speed off the edge. I like his strength. He'll have to get stronger, obviously, at the college level, but he's got a lot of skills.
So 2nd and long. That was the first attempt, obviously, on the ground for Cardinal Gibbons' Noah Terry, who remains in the backfield. Smith to pass now, under pursuit, flailing pass, drops incomplete. Some contact, no flags, and it'll be 3rd down.
Yeah, got a little pass rush up the middle into Smith's face. Made that throw a little bit more difficult. Nice job there defensively. There was a little bit of contact there by Jamarian McKinney, but he got away with it. That ball not really overly accurate because of the pressure as well. Jamarian McKinney out of Greenville High School. He's got visions of being the next Sauce Gardner going to Cincinnati. He's trying to be a little saucy.
Nothing wrong with that. We like guys that like to play with a little bit of sauce here at the Shrine Bowl. 3rd and 12. Smith rolls away. Gets rid of it. Was it picked off at midfield? It was. Pulled in by South Carolina, Kentavian Anderson.
They call Mr. Anderson Polo because he used to wear a lot of polo when he was a kid, but Smith, again, getting pressure up the middle. Harry Simpson, number 71, really struggling so far in this game at the guard position to protect. That ball may have got a piece of the ground, but Smith does a nice job trying to get out of there. Unfortunately, the receiver kind of voids the area, and it looks like Mr. Polo Anderson got his hands underneath that and got the pick. I'm sure he's going to be buying some more gear, if you will, after that one.
Pop in his collar. 1st and 10 for South Carolina. Here's another deep shot, and it's an overthrow, incomplete.
I guess Coach Sutherland said, you know what? It's one thing, you mentioned it in the open. He said, we're going to let him run. He's definitely letting him run, throwing that football down the field. I love it.
That time, the pass attempt by Banks Bouton out of Gaffney High School, a Furman commit.
Tell you what, Gaffney is just known. Doesn't matter what year, there's going to be 4 or 5 really, really good football players coming out of Gaffney High School.
Here it is on the ground for South Carolina. Wow, what a move outside. And Malik McGowan is pushed out of bounds. One of those unsigned running backs, he from Stratford High School.
Yeah, you can see right here, watch him just working off to that left side. I love how he steps up inside and then bounces outside. Great vision, good read, good eyes, and then gets out of bounds. Only thing I would tell him probably, when you get to that left side and get out in space, get that ball in your left hand, get it to the outside hand and protect it a little bit. But nice run there by the young running back. He's trying to flash and show some coaches, hey, I'm available, come get me.
Sandlappers with it, 1st and 10 at the 26. It's another run, and it is smothered in the backfield. Tyler Powell of Tarboro in on the play, among others.
Yeah, nice job by Powell, kind of setting the edge there and blowing that thing up and making sure nothing doing with that outside run. Powell's another guy, not the biggest at only about 220 pounds, but he's got a plethora of strength to play through a lot of contact, sifts through good hands at the point of attack as well.
2nd and long, play fake. It's a screen pass to the outside. It was bobbled and dropped. Fumble recovered. North Carolina's got it. There is a flag on the play. But for now, the Tar Heels have matched a turnover for a turnover.
I think it's going to be penalty on the offense, perhaps. So North Carolina will keep the ball.
Holding on the offense. That penalty's declined. The result of the play is a recovered fumble. First down.
Yeah, you're going to see it's just a 2-on-1 situation out at the top. They see the math, and they just throw it out there to try to get the little screenplay working. And they're going to get Blake Batet, the Dartmouth commit. They're going to get him for a hold out there. And that's where the penalty flag came in.
Jaleel Parker on the recovery for North Carolina, who begins with a run play to no avail on first down. They'll be behind the chains again.
This is a Sandlappers defense, Darren. You watch some of these guys. Now, again, schematically, you can't study these guys for the scheme in this game because it's a little bit different. It's an all-star game. But if you look at these guys individually on tape, you see a lot of guys that play downhill, very physical. They like to attack the line of scrimmage. So if you're North Carolina, have to be smart with the football, make good decisions, and get going quickly. Slow plays are not going to work against this defense.
Smith, play fake, hit as he throws, and it errors incomplete. Out of bounds, he was looking for Jaden Hamilton.
Smith has been inundated with pressure so far in this game. Something to keep an eye on, this defensive front group from South Carolina. They've got some size with quickness and speed. You talk about number 90 Christian Waring inside, Jamie Williamson, two guys between, Waring at 305, Williamson about 280 pounds. They've got some strength and some size in there. They'll get up the field on you pretty quickly.
Now 3rd and long. Man in motion. Guess that's one way to get it to him. Can't quite get to the outside, and Hamilton is brought down. It'll be 4th and long.
Justice Hopkins out of Burns High School. Too much quickness getting downhill. We just talked about the ability for some of these guys to get downhill. Hopkins flies up the field, makes that play in the backfield. Excellent job by Justice Hopkins, number 48. About 235, 240 pounds, 6'2", nice size frame. He can run a little bit. It'll be interesting to see where he ends up in his college career. But he's another one that's uncommitted, unsigned right now.
Punt formation for North Carolina. Will Dole is the specialist out of Hunt High School. Gets it off. It's a good-looking punt. And it is returned, but not very far. A flag at the near sideline. Good coverage by North Carolina's special teams unit.
That's another interesting aspect here, Darren, in this game. There's a lot of guys playing special teams. They haven't, I'm not going to say they haven't played special teams. Again, these guys haven't played together. You might get some lane discipline issues in special teams. It'd be interesting to watch the return games in this game. I think somebody might be able to pop one.
During the kick, holding on the receiving team, 10 yards from the end of the kick, post-scrimmage kick enforcement.
There, look at Jeff Craddock, who, he and Coach Sutherland of South Carolina as well. It's an honor to coach as the head coach in this game. It's something of a tough assignment, right? I mean, these guys have been practicing together for not quite a week.
Right.
And you got to put together some kind of scheme that's going to be effective. So we'll step aside. 7-0. North Carolina giving up this deep ball, 80 yards for the touchdown. Zamarius Robertson on his way to North Carolina.
it was very emotional for me to walk back in here after all these years, knowing what this place meant to us and what this place meant to my daughter, and what it meant to me. And what happened in here was truly a miracle.
Yeah, so you hear that really touching story about the fact that not only was A.V. Bowlby here given the coin toss, that is the daughter of assistant coach Lee Taylor for South Carolina. They had been at the Shriners Hospital in Greensboro from the time she was born until 18. She suffered from spinal bifida, and they were there for the entire time. He hadn't walked back into the building until they visited the hospital this week. So there's a lot of added, meaning for this family, for this game. She was the 2001 queen for that game there, and the sweatshirt that she wore in that game, her son wore today at this game. So just a really cool whole circle moment for the Taylor family and for A.V. Bowlby at this game. Really just a meaningful moment. All right, Reggie, Darren, back to you guys.
Thanks, Jack. Incredible story there, touching, and just kind of gives the full circle nature of what a game like this can represent.
Yeah.
If it's around for long enough, and again, this is the 89th year this has been a thing, so it's generational. South Carolina on first with an end around, or a jet sweep rather, flag in the backfield. Ball looked to come loose. This might be North Carolina football again. And the indication is that it is. So a lot to sift through. It is a fumble recovered by the defense.
Yeah, they tried to go with what looks like a jet sweep, but it's actually a toss forward to number 3, Cameron Vance.
Holding against the offense, that penalty will be declined. The result of the play is a recovered fumble, first down.
And you hear the indication from the officials it was a hold, which is declined, so it's going to remain North Carolina football. But they try to go with basically, that's really a pass in that situation. You flip it forward, and Tyler Powell making that play, number 7 there for North Carolina. I'm telling you what, that kid is going to be interesting to watch when he gets to college at Lenoir-Rhyne. I think he's got a chance to be a really good football player, particularly at that D2 level.
The fumble was forced by Shylin Harrell, the wide receiver. Brody Norman gets his first snap at quarterback for North Carolina, and it's a keeper. The QB out of Mooresville High School on the way to Temple University.
I think he's going to be another interesting to watch. But as we look at this coaching staff, Coach Craddock and Coach Harding both coming out of Tarboro High School, so we know this is a different offense for them. They run the Tarboro T. They're not doing that in this game. Coach Lloyd out of Crest and what they can do out there and the history there. Coach Pruitt, Coach Bates. I mean, just an all-star coaching staff, obviously, in a game like this.
2nd and 6 after the gain of 4. It's Norman in the backfield again. And he fakes the handoff, keeps it for himself. Will get a few more yards. And this is something it felt like on those first 2 series, Reggie, North Carolina needed. They needed to get ahead of schedule, or at least stay on schedule on 1st and 2nd down.
Absolutely agree. And Brody Norman is one of those guys, you watch him play, and you just keep seeing the intangibles jump out. Not the biggest guy, only about 6 feet tall, 180 pounds. But I think what Casey Keeler is trying to build at Temple, I think he'll fit right in. He'll need some development and some time. But I love that second stat line. 1,500 rushing yards in his career. He can make plays with his feet and get himself out of trouble. I think that's going to be a huge part of his game at the college level as he draws the offsides here.
Movement from South Carolina. So this will be an automatic first down. Or rather, it was short enough a line to gain.
Dead ball, encroachment defense, 5-yard penalty, mark-off results in a first down.
Darren, you know how coaches talk about, right? They like guys that have a fit, and they're looking for similar things at the college level. Brody Norman, body type, the way he plays everything, just like Evan Simon at Temple. Norman probably a little bit more mobile, but very similar in stature, plays the game very similar. I'll be very curious to see his development over the next couple of years under Coach Casey Keeler and what he's building at Temple.
He shifts the running back, Zach Cullen, to his left. It's a give Cullen's way. Took some momentum with him up the middle. In fact, somebody lost a helmet in the scrap. So that gets it to the 7-yard line. Gain of 4 on the carry. Cullen actually was selected to this game, Reggie, as a safety, only a defensive player, but they're using him offensively as a running back. And again, that's kind of the nature of this game. You never know what you're going to get when you get a few days of practice under your belt, and maybe a coach says, I think this guy gives us the best chance.
Or a guy says, hey, coach, I also played that position in high school, with my team. I can help you there too.
Here's Cullen. A step inside. He's inside the 5 and brought down.
How about Norman with the late give there? Great job extending that read, giving it time to develop on the other side of the field, and then letting Cullen have it. And Cullen doing a great job staying with it, and then taking it at the right time. So really well done there by both guys in execution. Something you don't normally see is running back and forth to the sideline, a different set of communications, a different offense that these players have had to learn in about 4 or 5 days. So sometimes you got to call them over and show them exactly what you want them to do.
3rd down. Norman tucks it, takes off, a race for the pylon, and he's in. Touchdown, North Carolina. A 4-yard rushing score for the quarterback from Mooresville.
Darren, this is a little bit of a busted play. Looks like they wanted to work to the right side. Nobody over there, nothing available. So Brody Norman just ad-libs his way, and he's going to make a play on the backside. And then he says, I can't run to the sideline like normal. I got to go hold for the PAT.
Will Dole on for the extra point, a chance for North Carolina to tie it. And it is through. So we got a tie ball game. 7-7. North Carolina has recovered a couple of fumbles in this one. They get points with the short field here. Brody Norman, the fake give, scramble, and an all-out effort play. North Carolina with a game-tying scoring drive, and Jeff Craddock back in it with his guys after South Carolina scored on the first play from scrimmage. Craddock, another state championship just a week or two ago, his 8th at Tarboro High School.
Yeah, it was exactly 7 days ago. They're able to get a 22-0 win, and you see Cameron McDowell Moore, number 2 on the end there on the right side of the screen. A big part of that game, he was also selected to play in this game, not participating. And Tyler Powell, who had the fumble recovery on the previous drive to set up this touchdown, was absolutely electric. Did a nice job in the running game as a quarterback for Tarboro in that game. But defensively against Murphy, he was an absolute menace to society. I can guarantee you that. The way he got after their quarterback, blew up plenty of their run games. And Coach Jeff Craddock has done nothing but continue to win football games at Tarboro. Remember, the classifications in North Carolina changed this year. They went from 4 classes to 8. They are now a 2A program. What does he do? He wins another state championship, and he hasn't lost a conference game in multiple years. And their conference, everybody except for Tarboro is a 3A school. They're a 2A school, and they still dominate that league.
Year after year, they punch up and do it to the tune of a lot of success. This is his second time being on the coaching staff for the Shrine Bowl. He actually coached former NFL star Todd Gurley, both at Tarboro and as a member of the Shrine Bowl team.
Yeah, the folks in Tarboro do an excellent job. I think you talk about support for their program. It's absolutely incredible the way they do it. And they've got a super fan that shows up with them. He's got the flag and everything. I made the comparison, who's more important to what they do? Is it I believe his name is Sweet Pea or Clipper Darrell? That's who he reminds me of a little bit.
Jazavian Currents on the return for South Carolina. Gets it up past the 30. You saw there North Carolina having a little bit of trouble getting the ball teed up, so they needed a holder.
It was a little breezy down there, a little breezy. See the flags on the tops of the on the top of the stadium, around the stadium, I should say. All blowing pretty good. They're blowing basically into the face at this point of North Carolina.
So a chance for South Carolina to operate with the wind at its back offensively. There's Jacob Davis again, and there's movement at the line of scrimmage. Penalty against the defense.
Dead ball, encroachment, defense, 5-yard penalty, still first down.
Let's go down to Jeff. He's with Brody Norman.
Hey, guys, here on the sideline, Brody Norman just got the first touchdown for the North Carolina squad. You got the ground game going. Talk to me about that first drive.
Just try to make plays. We're down 7, which is not a lot, but just trying to make plays for the team.
Heading to Temple in the fall. How excited are you to be doing that?
Very excited. It's going to be fun.
Final question, when you get a chance to play in a game like this, what does it mean for you and your high school career ending this way?
It's a blessing. And, I know this is my last game, so I'm going to give it my all. And all these players are really good, so it's great to get better at football, too.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right. Good luck the rest of the game. All right. That, of course, Brody Norman headed to Temple. He got that first score, and look for him to do a little more action on the offense coming up. Reggie and Darren, back to you.
Thanks, Jeff. Second down for South Carolina here after a successful run of 6 yards. They've got 4 to go. Now it's a quarterback keeper as Davis plows his way forward up to the 45-yard line, and good for a first down.
That's actually they give up the first down, but that's a really nice play by Tyler Powell, number 7. He steps up, he flies up the field, realizes he's getting double teamed. He's able to hold his water, as they say, and anchor in that spot, and ends up making the tackle.
It's a 1st and 10. A look to the sideline by Davis. They're going to make a change here. Handoff on first. Swarming North Carolina defense stops the play. Jamaje Kareem with just a short gain of a yard.
And you see Kareem working off to that left side, but the offensive line unable to get a big push, and then a nice job inside there. How about that play defensively by number 59, the big fella Miles Funderburk, the Weddington product, started his high school career at Providence Day School there in Charlotte. Great play by him.
Funderburk headed to South Carolina State to continue his career. Jacob Davis rolls to the outside and is pushed out of bounds. Devarius Surratt makes the play at the edge, and it'll be 3rd down.
South Carolina State, a program that's had a ton of success throughout its history. Legendary coach Buddy Pugh, had a chance to chat with him very briefly before the National Football Foundation College Football Hall of Fame dinner earlier this month out in Las Vegas. Great guy. I know a couple of people that played for him. I threw those names at him and he lit up right away. He knew exactly who I was talking about. So great opportunity to kind of chat with him, and obviously still a staple down in that Orangeburg area.
Big 3rd, Davis rolling to his offside. Has to tuck it, and he's ripped down out of bounds. That's Zach Cullen, who was earlier the running back playing his more natural safety position when he was originally selected to be here at the Shrine Bowl.
And I think Jakin Davis will tell you, if he had a chance to do that again, as soon as he started to leave the pocket, he would have went ahead and tucked that football and ran it. He's super competitive. One of the things about Jakin Davis is his eyes always stay down the field. Zach Cullen showing his ability to read it and then attack downhill and not allow Jakin Davis to get free.
So an unsuccessful third down attempt. And a flag way back at the return men for North Carolina.
There's too many men on the field. It's going to be 12 on the field. They've got 12 in the formation because you've got the two returners.
Substitution infraction, defense, 5-yard penalty, still 4th down.
Okay, so that is against North Carolina. It bumps South Carolina across midfield. Still 4th down, but now just 4th and 2. You're in the middle of the field. Might we see an attempt to go for it?
I think we're going to. And I listen, two pieces here. That's good officiating by the back judge because that's his first job is to make sure the defense does not have too many men in the formation. So that's good execution by him, great adjudication of the rules. And then Coach Sutherland reacting to it, very manageable 4th down situation here, just 4th and 2 near midfield, but he's gonna have to burn a timeout. It took him too long to get the right personnel out there and snap the football.
Timeout.
So now he's gonna have to burn it.
South Carolina.
So a second chance to think this through. It seems apparent, Reg, they're going to go for it. I think in a game like this, heck, why not?
That plus, you're at the plus 47-yard line. Punting probably gives you 15 yards of field position depending on the return. Obviously, you're not kicking a field goal here, so why not go for it? Again, to your point, it's an all-star game. Let it all hang out. Open that playbook up, and as Coach Sutherland said pregame, let them run.
So it looked as if the QB running back combo was going to be the duo from Stratford. We'll see if that remains the case. A reminder, Paul Sutherland, the head coach for South Carolina, has retired essentially from his high school coaching career. This is his final game.
Darren, what stands out to me on this entire page here, 3-time AD of the year. And the reason why is because administratively, he's got to be responsible for all of the other sports in addition to his. And they're looking at that as a whole to win that award. You got to give him a ton of credit for that.
A direct snap, and South Carolina gets it for the 2 yards they need, but some extracurriculars at the near sideline brings out a flag. We'll see if this will affect the result of the play. Otherwise, it looks like a 2-yard gain on 4th and 2.
I like the call there. Again, you have to understand your roster and all the pieces you have. So what do? You go to Jazavian Currents at 6'3", 215 pounds, who's really a safety prospect, but he's been playing quarterback at South Point High School. So get him in there. You know he knows how to take a snap. Let him use his size and length to get that first down.
The result of the play is a 1st down for South Carolina. After the play was over, dead ball unsportsmanlike on 99 black, dead ball unsportsmanlike on number 4 white. Those two will cancel each other out. The result of the play is a 1st down for South Carolina.
So no change, offsetting penalties. And Jazavian Currents gets the conversion for South Carolina.
Yeah, and they get, I believe that was Pluto Surratt and Jamie Williamson, the two guys on the post-play extracurriculars there, but we move on.
First and 10. And now the quarterback, Jakin Davis, back into the game.
They get it looks like a quarters coverage look, so they might get aggressive again here.
Davis goes on an out. It's caught by Cameron Vance. He turns downfield and is knocked out of bounds, shy of the 1st down marker.
Cameron Vance out in space. I think he's going to be fun to watch with Lafayette in that Patriot League. His ability and shiftiness out of Rock Hills Northwestern High School, a program that does nothing but win historically. He's going to be really, really good. I think he'll fit in really well in that Lafayette offense.
Look at all those helmet stickers. You think he did some impactful things for his high school team?
That's one of those players. You just say, man, I don't want to deal with that cat, right? He's a cat. He can make all these plays. He's one of those dudes you just don't want to deal with if you're on the other side.
2nd and 10. Davis fakes the handoff, lowers his shoulder, still on his feet. Got the first down and then some. It's marked off at the 29-yard line.
And would not go down. And everybody I've talked to, and anybody that's written about Jakin Davis in terms of what he can be at the college level, the first thing they say is he's super competitive. And this is an example. He's just refusing to go down. It doesn't care how big they are or how much they're leaning on him. He stays up. I love that competitive nature for Jakin Davis. Again, Jamie Chadwell's got to feel really good about what this kid might be able to be for his program.
Davis went with the hard snap count, saw something he liked. He's going to try to take advantage of it. Kareem spins his way through the middle off of a hit and is down inside the 25.
And see, Darren, this is where these games get fun. When they start mixing it up, they start mixing that run and pass, and guys start getting competitive because the juices are flowing and they've been hit a couple of times. Now you see some of the special plays that some of these guys can make because there was not a lot there on that run, and all of a sudden it's a 5-yard gain of almost 6, and you're looking at a 2nd and very manageable. Be a slant route up top, could be easy to hit here as well.
It's another handoff. Kareem, a jump cut, surges his way between the hashes and gets just enough for the first down.
Yeah, just enough for the first down, and they got just enough of him to keep him out of the end zone. If he slips that tackle, he's walking into the end zone.
South Carolina into the red zone with the spot at the 19.
Darren, we've already seen everything. We've seen the explosive plays. We've seen the turnovers. We've seen the defensive plays. This has been fun, and we're not even a quarter in.
Oh, a botched snap rolls.
You got to be kidding me.
Davis lofts it to the corner, and it's incomplete. Wow, that was maybe inches away from being catchable in the end zone for South Carolina.
First of all, Jakin Davis, no panic here, right? Then he reads it, realizes Jude Hall has a step on Ricky Myers Jr., throws it out there to the 6'4" receiver that's on his way to Arkansas, gives him a chance, unable to keep his feet in bounds. But you love the composure from Jakin Davis, and then Jude Hall's ability to react and understand, we got an opportunity here, let me get up the field and see if I can get in the end zone.
Now it's 2nd and 10. Davis takes off with it immediately, finds a hole, and he's brought down near the 15-yard line. Braylon Peebles makes the tackle. It's a gain of 5 yards. And a timeout on the field due to an injured North Carolina player. Safety Maddox McDowell down on the play.
Maddox McDowell out of Gardner High School on his way to Gardner-Webb. That's going to be an interesting situation there at Gardner-Webb. Chris Reichert, the now former head coach, has left that program. He's going to be, I believe, the offensive coordinator. I think I think he's going to back to Ohio, maybe Toledo. But he's going to leave that program. So we'll see what happens there in Boiling Springs. It's a program that in the last 4 or 5 years has really had a resurgence. Trey Lamb did an excellent job, who's now at Tulsa, had a stop in between at ETSU, won a couple of conference championships, won a playoff game there as well. Chris Reichert came in, had a tough first year, and then this past season, 7-5 year, really nice year there in Boiling Springs. So we'll see if Maddox McDowell, hopefully he's able to get back in this game, but certainly looking forward to him at the college level.
McDowell to his feet, that's good.
McDowell, one of those longer guys you see there at 6'3", just 175 pounds. He'll get bigger and stronger in college, but I think he's got a chance with his mentality and the way he plays as a box safety. He can come down and make some plays around the line of scrimmage. I think by the time it's said and done, he'll probably be 195 pound type of player, and he'll be able to make an impact on a defense. And it looks like he's less ginger now than he was when he first started walking off. So that's a positive sign just from that regard, that he's feeling maybe slightly better there.
Now it's a 3rd and 5 for South Carolina. Jazavian Currents is back out to play this sort of wildcat formation. He executes the handoff to Rakim. Gets it to right at the 10-yard line. And that concludes the first quarter. It'll be 4th and 1 for South Carolina when we return. They got on the board first with a long touchdown pass. North Carolina has since tied it up. Brody Norman from 4 yards out, the scramble and the score.
Watching my son play in the Shrine Bowl, I know that it is a blessing for him. It is a good opportunity for him, and I know that he's going to try his hardest.
It's cool being his little brother because, like, when he used to, like, be at receiver and stuff at Independence High School, I used to be on the sidelines with him.
Definitely. I'm super proud. I'm so happy of this accomplishment, and it's going to be awesome. And I'm rooting for North Carolina, of course.
All right, we know how important the coaches are and the players in this game, but getting them here, the players, how about the parents? We're joined by Andrea Myers and Kai Myers. It's the mother and brother of Ricky Myers Jr., plays at Independence. Yasmin Harvey Price right here, the mom of Khalil Price. He plays at Mallard Creek. Guys, just to see your sons out there today, how cool is it?
This is such a great experience. I didn't think in a million years he would ever be a part of a bowl game, and just the experience all week and being with different kids, it's just great, and I'm so happy he was selected to be a part of it.
Yasmin?
I think it's been an awesome experience, definitely historic with the Shrine Bowl, and we're just happy that he had this opportunity, and he's had a great finish to high school. So.
All right, real quick, Kai, going to get the win today, North Carolina?
Yes, sir. We're going to get the win, and we're going to do great.
All right, cool. All right, guys, we're going to send it back to Reggie and Darren, but remember, it's the parents who put all the efforts in to get the kids here.
Amen. Thanks for that, Jeff. Good to see some of the happy family members of those playing in today's Shrine Bowl.
And Jeff, tell both of those moms we appreciate them for all they do and the grocery bills they put up with as well. We've seen Ricky Myers and Khalil Price, Ricky Myers Jr., I should say, and Khalil Price play in person. Those kids can really go get it. But to your point, Darren, we always talk about it. Shout out to the moms that deal with picking up kids from practice, all of the things that they have to deal with. But those grocery bills, probably the top of that list.
Well, North Carolina with a big 4th down stop. That is perhaps going to go a long way toward Kai's prediction that North Carolina is going to win this thing.
Here's the question, though, that Jeff should have asked Kai. Kai, are you going to end up playing in this game? Now, that's not up to Kai, right? He can play well. So he's got to be selected, but there's that, right? Got to love the little brothers that get to look up to their brothers playing this game and this sport and learn from them.
Let's go back down to Jeff.
Hey, real quick, Reggie, I did ask him if he was going to play in this game. He said absolutely, and if he does, North Carolina would win big. So I'm just letting you know that.
He's already got the media training down pat. That's what
he does, yes, absolutely.
First down for North Carolina, and it's a give. It'll stay on the ground for a gain of about 4. Brody Norman, the handoff. Noah Terry gets some room to run it for the first time really today.
How about Noah Terry, right? 5'11", about 215 pounds. Physical, gets downhill on you, but don't get it twisted. If he gets out in space, it can be see you later really, really quickly. Really good football player. We had a chance to see him, Darren, in person a couple of years ago. He was still a young player, and you could see the talent working itself out then.
On 2nd down, they'll call Terry's number again. He shakes a man in the backfield and then is wrapped up and brought down. Polo Anderson, who had the interception earlier with the solo tackle.
Yeah, he's going to get ready to plug and play him down there at Clemson. I suspect he may not be the main guy, but I expect to see him in that defensive backfield rotation fairly early. Clemson and Dabo Swinney, not the year they've wanted to have. Going to need some production from their young players. He's one of those guys that could potentially help early as they get ready. Actually, Clemson, they'll play my alma mater, Penn State, in the Pinstripe Bowl next weekend.
3rd down and 1 to gain. Norman fakes the handoff, bolts up the middle himself, and he got 2 yards. That's good for a first.
Brody Norman is fun to watch, and he's one of those guys, as you see Polo Anderson there again. But Brody Norman on the other side of the field at that quarterback position. You talk to his coaches about him, and the first thing that everyone says is he's obsessed with being good at football. Well, if this is any indication, and you heard Jeff talking to him earlier, he's like, I'm getting better by being around all these guys. That obsession shows on a consistent basis.
First and 10, Norman to throw. Finds his man, a spin for Devin Goldston to get another first down. Goldston from Leesville Road High School committed to the Wake Forest Demon Deacons.
It's a great job recognizing the situation. He's in a one-on-one situation. He gives a little hitch route, makes the catch, turns to the outside, away from the defenders. They'll add him to what they're trying to build there at Wake Forest. Jake Dickert, a nice program. Obviously, you see there over 160 receptions in his career, seeks the end zone with 19 touchdowns. You add him to a receiving core. Now they've got to turn that thing over a little bit. I'll be interested to see what the quarterback position looks like for them going forward. They've got the transfer in Deshaun Purdy, who played a lot last season in the Stead, and see where they can go with that offense and Jake Dickert and that football team adding some of these pieces at Wake. I think they've got a chance to be good next year.
Terry again on the ground. Gets through the initial hole and is wrapped up and brought down from behind.
Darren, you talked about the running backs in this game and how none of them are committed. There's some coaches, I hope they're paying attention because there's some really good running backs in this game. See there, Noah Terry, physical. You see those dimensions for a running back, and there's some feelings that come with that if you're a coach. You gotta wait a minute. This guy can beat up on defenses early and then run away from them late. It's a good piece to add to the puzzle.
Second and 6. Brody's pass is swatted back toward him and incomplete.
I think that was Jalen McGraw, number 34 from Bamberg Earhart High School down in South Carolina. He's on the right-hand side of your screen. He just gets up in the air, knocks that one away. 6'2", about 210 pounds. He's going to Gardner-Webb as well. We've talked about the situation there with Coach Reisert resigning. So we'll see how all that plays out. But again, he could be a nice piece to help that defense.
North Carolina 2 for 4 on third downs so far this afternoon, as they got a 3rd and 6 coming up here. And a timeout called by the Tar Heels.
Timeout, North Carolina.
So a chance to think this one through now with a quarter and change of the North Carolina coaching staff offensively, having a chance to feel some things out, right? Because we talked about the microwaved nature of these teams. You only get to practice for about a week. And we'll step aside and take a timeout with them. Third down coming up for North Carolina. Still a tie game here at the 89th Shrine Bowl of the Carolinas.
Welcome back to the Shrine Bowl of the Carolinas, 89th edition. A quick injury update for you. Maddox McDowell, the young man who was hurt for North Carolina earlier, he is on the trainer's table. They are wrapping his right ankle. It's probable that he might return. They're just taking it. They're going to evaluate it. I'll talk to the trainers. They'll see what happens. He might be back. We'll see. Reggie and Darren, back to you in the booth.
Thanks for that, Jeff. Yeah, Reggie, I mean, no need to really push it in a game of this nature, but certainly if Maddox is okay physically and wants to continue to play, no reason not to put him back in.
Yeah, I'm sure his family and friends want to see him get back in there if he can. It's a nice crowd today, which is something that, with these all-star games, you kind of never know. This is a nice crowd out here.
Opportunity for North Carolina on third down here. They need 6. Brody Norman with Noah Terry at his side in the backfield.
And keep an eye out for Brody Norman's legs in this situation.
He already ran for the only touchdown so far for North Carolina. Drops back, darts up the middle, makes a juke inside. He's got the first down. A gain of 8. And Brody Norman with his legs keeps North Carolina in it.
Yeah, in a situation like that, you get a third and kind of extended, even though there's a penalty flag in the back end. You've got guys pushing vertically up the field. You get man coverage. He's got to make one man miss in space, and he's able to pick up a first down. Good vision, good decision making, and he picks it up.
Now to see what the penalty flag was about.
I mean, it was 25 yards away from the snap. or where the ball is spotted right now, I should say.
After the play was over, dead ball personal foul against the offense, 15-yard penalty.
So I assume still first down.
Yeah, he said after the play, so I think they're going to get the first down and then lose the 15, so it'll be 1st and 10 back at the 36-yard line or so, 37-yard line.
Result of the play was a first down. The ball is marked back 15 yards, and it'll be 1st and 10.
Checked at the 32-yard line.
Yeah, but otherwise
I got to do some math.
Otherwise, you were correct. It's first down, and then they mark it back.
Yeah, that's just, look, post-play, right? If it's after the play happens, so everything that occurred counts, and then you adjudicate the penalty.
So 1 step forward, 2 steps back for North Carolina. Norman on first down gives, and Noah Terry is wrapped up from behind in the backfield. Terry Radford out of Chester High School making the tackle.
And Darren, I'll tell you, as we get to the wider shot here, the action at the bottom of the screen, Khalil Price and Sequel Patterson. Can we get a little fireworks between those guys right now? That is speed on speed.
Norman, a play fake. He's looking in that direction. He's got Price midfield, and it's dropped incomplete. The coverage ended up with Polo Anderson, who came up to break up the play.
Yeah, Price just working up the field on a little bit of a post route. And this is a timing thing that you just can't always get the chemistry right in a week of practice or 4 days, really. Brody Norman puts that ball in a spot that's catchable for Price, but it's slightly behind him. Again, I don't want to put that on Brody Norman or on Price. You don't get a lot of time. They've only had really 4 days to kind of work that. And so the timing may not be perfect. I think that's an example of sometimes what you see in these all-star games.
Whistles. And it's a North Carolina timeout.
Timeout, North Carolina.
Prior to this 3rd and long, 3rd and 11 for the Tar Heels. So I've mentioned a couple of times, Reggie, just the nature of putting a game plan together for this, and you kind of alluded to it with the chemistry between quarterback and receiver. What do you find most effective in these games?
I think a lot of times you get the simple stuff, the hitches, the fades, the short out routes, right? Your little speed cutouts, those kinds of things, because those are just, they're oftentimes a coverage read, right? If you get off coverage, you run the out. You get tight coverage, you run the fade. Otherwise, we're going to call the hitch, right? And so I think a lot of times it's easier for quarterbacks and receivers to make those kinds of things work in these kinds of games because you don't have as much time to work on the timing of the deep comeback routes, the big post routes, because a lot of those, you have to put the ball in the spot based on the speed of that player. And sometimes it's hard to really gauge when you've only had 2 or 3 or 4 days to work with each other.
It's what makes a game like this so fun. You kind of you strip everything down schematically, and it can really be about the talent.
Yeah, and that's where it gets really, really interesting, is just looking at the talent and watching these guys just go mano a mano in a lot of situations.
Norman, after the play fake, has to get rid of it, and it's incomplete. 4th and 11. That was really well covered from the jump by South Carolina.
Yeah, Norman showing the elusiveness, right? Kind of dancing back there to avoid a sack, and then just throws it out of bounds to get rid of it. Really good decision-making by him. I like what I've seen from him, not only today, but obviously throughout his career. We had a chance to see Brody Norman, Darren, doing a high school game really 2 years ago. He was a junior Actually, his sophomore year, we had a chance to see him, and we've watched him kind of grow and progress over the years.
Punted away by Dole of North Carolina. This is returnable. Vance is brought down at around the 45-yard line. Tackle made by Cameron Cartledge from Walkertown High School, North Carolina Central commit.
Here's a thought, right? I'm just thinking about that as a punter and as a team. You look back there and you see Vance and Patterson. I'm not kicking either one of those guys. Like, this is the kind of stuff you get in an all-star game where you're like, well, either way, we got a problem potentially. We just got to kick it.
1st and 10 for South Carolina here from their own 45. Fireworks to begin this game, but it's been tied at 7 for a while now.
I'll tell you another thing I've noticed in this game, Darren. A lot of defenders on both sides, they're tackling the football. They're not trying to necessarily just get the guy down. They're trying to rip that football out. That's something to keep an eye on in this game.
Gain of 1, 2nd and 9 for the Sandlappers. It's a screen pass, caught, and Amir Acker makes his first catch. Let's go down to the South Carolina sideline with Jack Taylor.
All right, guys, I'm here with Contavious Polo Anderson. Now, you've had a pick, you've had a pass breakup. When you're working with these new guys, you know, a lot of the times in the defensive back, you have to build chemistry really quickly to be good. How have y'all been able to do that so quickly?
Just us being top recruits. We just bonded together in these 6 days, so we just trusting each other and trusting what our coaches put in the game plan.
You got Sequel Patterson, Xavier Currents out there back there with you, both South Carolina commits, you, of course, Clemson. Have you had a little bit of chance to jaw with them about the rivalry that y'all going to be in when you get to the next level?
Yeah, it's going to be crazy. They keep talking crazy. They were talking crazy at the hotel, but I wasn't listening to them. I was just, you know, I said we're just going to beat them for the next 3 to 4 years.
But for now, you're all committed to making sure North Carolina gets a loss.
Yeah, we trying to beat them bad.
All right, well, thank you so much. Get back out there, all right?
Thank you.
Thanks, Jack. Polo Anderson looking to issue a beatdown of North Carolina, not just a win.
He's about the rivalries, right? Whether it's right now in this game or you move to the college level, he's ready to be in those rivalry spots.
Anderson early with that pick in the game, such a crucial play. And South Carolina makes a deep pass on 3rd down and a catch into North Carolina territory, deep at the 25-yard line. Blake Batet with the catch.
Look at the footwork that time to get your feet right by Bouton, making a throw to his left, moving to his left as a right-handed quarterback gets his feet set, hits that crossing route, and all of a sudden there's plenty of space and they're in the high red zone.
1st and 10 at the 25. It's on the grounds. Another big open field tackle by Cartledge for North Carolina.
Caleb Gordon there as well, number 55. Again, we talk about it. In games like this, Darren, trying to go east and west, good luck. There's way too much speed on the field defensively, and we saw another example of that right there, as you mentioned, with Cartledge and Caleb Gordon coming flying out, inside out there to make those plays. And as Gordon is getting ready to make his way to NC State as an inside linebacker, a thumper at 225, 230 pounds.
2nd and long. Bouton goes to the outside. It's pulled in. Made a man miss. And that is a medium gain for South Carolina down to the 20-yard line. It's Batet again.
Ricky Myers Jr. out of Independence High School. How about DJ McFadden Jr., what he's done with his alma mater in Independence, Big Eye football as they call it. Big Eye football back in the playoffs the last few years under McFadden's leadership. He's done an excellent job. Ricky Myers, one of those guys that has come up through that program, and now he's here in this game. They also had another guy selected, Dallas Brandon, who's not playing in this game. He's going to make his way to the University of Virginia.
Another third down for South Carolina. This time they need 5. They'll keep it on the ground.
Tyler Powell makes that play.
Gain of 2, 4th and 3. And now South Carolina sends in a new unit, including Jakin Davis, because he's going to hold.
Well, that's the other thing about these kinds of games, right? We don't know who the holder is. It looks like they might be going for it. It's a lot of different pieces, but how about this?
Close to a straightaway attempt from 35 yards out for Will Love. Here on his home turf at Spartanburg High School. The kick is through. And South Carolina regains the lead 10-7 now. Not quite 5 minutes until half.
How about that for the future Hokie, whose brother also kicked at Virginia Tech?
So a successful drive for South Carolina. The Sandlappers get a field goal and lead it by 3.
Hello, my name is Michael Martin. I go to Southeast Guilford High School in Greensboro, North Carolina, and have a happy holidays.
My name is Gavin Barber. My home high school is Mooresville, and I'm committed to App State. I'd like to say to everybody out there, everybody be safe during the Christmas season. Stay off the roads if they're slick. Everybody have a great New Year's.
Happy holidays to all of you from us here at the Shrine Bowl of the Carolinas. 10-7 lead for South Carolina. They just got a field goal prior to the break. We're approaching halftime, Red. Just a relatively low-scoring game.
Well, games like this, again, the timing can be tough. And like we talked about earlier, we had the explosive play at the beginning of the game, and then everybody kind of settles in. And I like Coach Sutherland's aggressive nature there early. He's like, hey, let's see if we can get a spark early, jump on these guys before everybody kind of settles in and is locked into playing football.
Jaden Hamilton, along with Braylon Peebles, back deep to receive the kick for North Carolina. Will Love got the 35-yard field goal through the uprights prior to the break, playing on his home field here at Spartanburg High.
He's probably kicked from every blade of grass in this place.
And this is returnable. Hamilton finding some space up to the 35-yard line.
It's a nice return, good spot to set this offense up, and we'll see if they can get something going. I'd like to see them try to push the ball down the field. They've got some good speed at the receiver position. Talk about guys like Brody Keefe. We've already seen, obviously, Jaden Hamilton on that particular play, and Khalil Price has a ton of speed as well. So I'd like to see if maybe they can push the ball down the field here.
Jacob Smith leads this drive as the North Carolina quarterback. Play action. Airmails the throw, and he's lucky it wasn't picked off. He was looking for Brody Keefe. Let's go down to the South Carolina sideline. Jack is with Will Love.
Yeah, guys, I'm here with Will. Will, obviously for this game, it means a lot to North and South Carolina players, but being at Spartanburg High School, how much more does it mean to you?
I mean, it's really special to be back here. Really glad to get to play here one more time.
And then we talk about you going to the next level, kicking for Virginia Tech, where your brother did. You were a bit up in the air about it, and then you got a text that kind of solidified everything. Isn't that right?
Yeah. Coach Fry, when Coach Franklin got hired, he had a text at like 9:30 that same day. He's like, hey, you got a minute to talk? And of course, I was like, yeah, sure, I'm not busy.
You're not going to turn down a call from Coach Franklin?
Definitely not, no.
How excited are you for the next level?
I'm really excited. Can't wait.
Fantastic. All right, Will, thank you so much. All right, guys, back to you in the studio.
Thanks, Jack. You know, it's funny, just to give everybody an idea of what we do here. We talk to athletes when they're in the middle of competition. Will had just kicked a field goal.
Yeah.
There was a break in between, but that's a kicker who's running and trying to get a tackle when he kicks it off. You can tell he's a little out of breath. North Carolina, another overthrow. This time it's intercepted. Jordan Best pulls it in, and the Sandlappers take over.
And Smith just kind of going outside here, and he's looking to try to get Malachi Thomas a little bit, again, one of those timing things a little bit behind him. And Jordan Best is there for what we call a tip or an overthrow. Gets the carom on the tip there, and he's able to bring it in for an interception. Tries to get up the field. Nice job that time by Thomas getting up, making it difficult, but Best gets the interception there.
Jordan Best.
The result of the play is an interception by South Carolina. After the play was over, dead ball personal foul number 90. 1st and 10.
Jordan Best, an NC State commit, picks off fellow NC State commit Jacob Smith.
How about that?
Future teammates, those two.
And I guarantee they're going to talk a little bit in practice over the next 3, 4, 5 years.
So the penalty after the play backs it up for South Carolina. Jakin Davis looking to throw. Has to pull it back in, and he's ripped down to the ground. Sacked by Omarion Hayes out of East Forsyth.
Mr. Hayes showing the quickness for a guy at 325 pounds. Gets up the field. Be interesting to see where his career goes. An uncommitted player right now, but you can see right there the ability to wreak havoc in that backfield.
Loss of 6. It's 2nd and 16. Throw on the run. Caught. And that makes up some ground for South Carolina. That is Jude Hall again. All set to perform for the Arkansas Razorbacks at the next level.
Ryan Silverfield, new head coach there, leaving Memphis, heading to Fayetteville, and that'll be a program to watch in the next couple of years.
So 3rd and 3. This very manageable considering the first down sack. Davis goes the other way. Vance pulls it in, shakes a man right at the marker. First down inside the 35.
Are you serious? That guy made about 6 people miss in a phone booth over there on the sideline. When he first stopped to try to get back inside, I thought to myself, he's going to waste an opportunity to pick up a first down right here. And all of a sudden, 4 defenders later, 5 defenders later, he's got an extra 9 yards and a first down.
Incredible play. They're going to go to the outside again. This time South Carolina calls on Zamarius Robertson, who had the touchdown on the opening play, for a gain of 3, 2nd and 7.
And now a little bit of clock management here for the Sandlappers. 1:54 left in this second quarter. They might be a little bit more deliberate with what they're trying to do, and as they look to score, potentially minimize or even make sure South Carolina doesn't even get the ball back on offense.
And play stopped.
Well, that's not going to help. I think it's going to be a false start there.
Yep, pre-snap.
Dead ball, false start, offense, 5-yard penalty, still second down.
So back to the 34 for South Carolina here. Whistles again. This time, though, it's going to be a timeout for South Carolina. Head coach Paul Sutherland hopped out there.
And you're going to see some of that in games like this. Maybe not everybody on the same page exactly with what a play call is. Because, again, this is the other thing I don't think people think about in these situations is some of these offenses, everybody doesn't use the same terminology. So all of a sudden, you have to learn a completely different language, if you will, in 3 or 4 days.
Our pregame go-to snack, I'll say wild berry Skittles. I don't eat anything really. I like to go with an electrolyte drink.
My go-to pregame snack is definitely a Snickers. My pregame snack would probably be Gushers. That's probably my favorite one.
My go-to pregame snack is probably Gushers, the sour ones.
I'm a real big candy guy, so I either go with like Skittles to keep me hype or a good gummy, either one of those.
Go-to game-day snack right here, Skittles. Got on deck.
Stevenson with the Skittles on deck, huh?
And another flag. And it looks like it's going to be a false start on South Carolina again coming out of the timeout.
False start, offense, 5-yard penalty from the previous spot, still second down.
Got to remind those guys down there, hey, you're going with a clap count. It's not yelling there. It's just a clap count, guys.
All right, Reg, what's your go-to game snack? What do you got up here in the booth? Anything stashed away?
Well, normally it would be some kind of like gummy worms or something to that effect.
Here's a deep ball, Jacob Davis, and it's broken up. He was looking for Jude Hall.
Or chips. As again, we see the deflection there, but chips is my other one, right? Like, got to have the right kind of chips. Now, that depends on the mood and the feel, though. Sometimes it's barbecue. Sometimes it's just regular plain, you know, just got to adjust. What about you? I'm a big popcorn guy, too.
Okay, yeah, popcorn's a little tough. Just the kernels, you know, I don't, sometimes, all the time, there's always going to be pieces that are not fully popped.
You're not a big candy guy, but you do have a sweet tooth. I know that about you.
Yeah, you know that. You know that. Davis the pitch. Tackle avoided in the backfield, trying to make something out of nothing. Malik McGowan, a great effort, does manage positive yardage, but it remains 4th and long.
4th and long here. Maybe you take it all the way down, take the play clock all the way down and call a timeout here. I think that's what Coach Sutherland's going to do because, look, again, this may be an all-star game, but strategically these coaches are still competitive as they want to be and as they always are. So they're going to do everything they can to maximize setting themselves up to win the football game. But you're not going to run from this question, Darren. What's your go-to snack?
Well, I mean, you're right on. I've got a sweet tooth. I would prefer a baked good.
You
know what I mean?
Like, and I knew that was coming.
South Carolina.
South Carolina calls a timeout, which is perfect, so you can corner me into an answer. Yeah, like if somebody were to bring a cookie into the booth right now, I'm going to eat it.
You've
I
never
abstain.
Darren Vaught has never met a cookie he might not try. At least not since I've known you.
That is me for most of my life.
And then you'll go find the gym because I know how you are.
You know, that's what I do it for.
Please reset the clock to 59 seconds. 59 seconds.
I love that Steven Stevenson had the Skittles on deck in his pocket for that interview. I love that.
That's impressive.
That is. I don't know if he.
It's true dedication to the snack game.
Either that or he's a big fan of Marshawn Lynch. Because remember, those were his power pellets when he played in the NFL.
That's true. That's true. Out of the timeout, South Carolina will attempt another field goal. Will Love was good from 35 earlier. That gave the Sandlappers their 10-7 lead.
Now this one's going to be, what, about 53 yards?
53 from the left hash mark.
James Franklin's watching, young man. Former Penn State head coach, my alma mater, now at Virginia Tech. I think he's going to do a phenomenal job in Blacksburg. I really do.
And now a timeout called from the opposite sideline.
Timeout, North Carolina.
Well, this would not be the longest field goal made by Will Love. His career long is 54 yards.
So we know he's got the leg.
Let's go down to Delano.
Hey guys, we got a lot of things coming up at halftime. We're going to make a special trip over to the Shriners Hospital, really see what this game is really all about. And we're going to come back here to Spartanburg. Will Love just kicked that field goal. He's going to give us a special tour of Spartanburg High School. You're going to be amazed. We've got highlights as well, that and much more coming up at the half.
Thanks so much. Be sure to stick around for the halftime show. Delano Little, Jeff Taylor. Jack Taylor's got some involvement in there as well. We got a huge crew. They all do a fantastic job.
Yeah, and shout out to Delano Little. A treat to get him and have him a part of this thing every year and everything he's meant to the sport and high school football in particular in this region of the country as well.
So here we go, a 53-yard field goal attempt to make it a 6-point game. The hold down, Love, not quite enough on that one. So the field goal attempt no good. It remains 10-7, and North Carolina now with not quite a minute to work with.
Remember, they burned a couple of timeouts earlier that kind of could impact their ability to be aggressive here. But again, it's an all-star game. There's certain things you can't do defensively in terms of blitz packages, so could be interesting to see what they do offensively. Now you see Love trying to get that field goal there. It was online, just didn't have enough leg that time. Can you imagine if he hits that in this place? Place probably goes wild. He'd feel great about it, obviously, as well.
This here looks like North Carolina might be content at 10-7 going into the locker room.
I was getting ready to say if they don't end up with a delay of game, and they did.
Yeah, play clock hit 0. So back it up 5 yards. I imagine North Carolina is going to try to do the same thing.
Yeah, play call doesn't change here.
Jacob Smith kneels.
And in today's world of football, the old victory formation, if you will, or the kneel down, is that a shotgun? It's a little bit of a different take on it.
So let's see, 6-second difference between the play clock and the game clock. So one more snap needed, and that should get us to the half. Well, fireworks got us started in this one. First play from scrimmage was a touchdown. It was pretty quickly thereafter tied by North Carolina with a score. And then the South Carolina field goal, Will Love from 35 yards out. Currently the difference midway through. Sandlappers 10, Tar Heels 7 at the half here at the 89th Shrine Bowl of the Carolinas. Jack's got Coach Sutherland with him.
Coach, just talk about that first play, scoring right out of scrimmage. What was the game plan coming out?
And we had that scripted early the week, based on a scouting report, and hit that one good, executed well. Unfortunately, we've given up some more times and opportunities in the red zone down there. We have not executed, and we got to clean up some things on penalties. It's a typical All-Star game, a little bit sloppy there, but overall we're up by 3. But again, we feel like we should be up more. We've given away some scoring opportunities there. But the first one, we had that scripted early in the week.
So you had 2 interceptions, 2 drives, not able to get anything off of it. What do you talk about at halftime to try to correct that?
Well, we got to clean some things up. Like I say, when we get in the red zone, we need to get up, if we could get up 2 scores, which is huge in an All-Star game. But again, we gave them a short field there and turnovers, and it's All-Star game or regular game. Turnovers, that's going to kill you. So we got to clean that up.
Absolutely. Good luck in the second half, Coach. Yes, sir. Thank you. All right,
thanks, Jack. That is Coach Sutherland with a 3-point lead. First play from scrimmage, Zamarius Robertson to the races to the end zone. And then North Carolina tied it up, but the field goal, the difference midway through. It's the 89th Shrine Bowl of the Carolinas. Hang around for the halftime show.
Welcome back to Spartanburg, South Carolina. It is halftime of the 89th edition of the Shrine Bowl of the Carolinas. A beautiful day. Jeff Taylor from Bayhackle Sports, joined by Jack Taylor of Bayhackle Sports. And Jack, during the pregame, we talked about the relationship that this game has with the Shriners Children's Hospital in Greenville. It's a pretty special deal. You know, no matter a person's financial situation or insurance, the Shriners Hospital takes care of it all, and that's pretty special.
Absolutely, and then you hear how much this game means to the Shriners Hospital and vice versa, how many people have connections with the Shriners Hospital and all that they do, so it's really cool to hear.
Absolutely. Now, Bayhackle Sports' Kelly Bardick, she had a chance to tour the hospital, get a kind of behind-the-scenes look. Here's her story.
For more than a century, Shriners Children's Hospital in Greenville, South Carolina has focused on one mission.
The mission is to provide the best care for all patients, regardless of the ability to pay, which is wonderful.
The specialty of everyone who works here is making sure every child who comes here has a chance to thrive.
When I walked in, I said it felt like a happy place in here. How would you describe this to someone who's never been here before?
I think one mom said this the best. She was quoted in a newspaper article about us, and she said, "My kids just love coming here because it's a playground that just happens to have a hospital in it."
Shriners Children's Greenville treats kids from birth through age 17, offering highly specialized care for conditions like scoliosis, limb deficiencies, hip dysplasia, and complex fractures, as well as neuromuscular disorders like cerebral palsy. Shriners Greenville is also home to the region's leading pediatric orthopedic team. Dr. Ashley Startzman is one of 6 orthopedic surgeons who provide world-class care here.
I specialize primarily in limb deformity reconstruction and sports. Patients who may have one leg shorter than the other or have some sort of angular problem like flounce or bow-leggedness or knock-kneedness.
Dr. Startzman specializes in a unique treatment option called Bridged Enhanced ACL Repair, or BEAR.
The BEAR is a newer type procedure that is used for patients that tear their ACL. The BEAR is an implant that is put into the knee through a minimally invasive type technique, and it actually provides a bridge that allows the body to repair the ACL, and you can keep your native ACL instead of having to reconstruct it.
Do you find a lot of children with ACL tears?
There's 400,000 or more ACL tears in the United States per year, so it's a quite common injury. So this is an external fixator.
Every day, the team here uses technology such as this to help change lives. And what makes those moments possible is the long-standing commitment to providing care at no cost to families.
We saw children from 43 states and 46 foreign countries and territories. So we're a very big global destination center, and we keep trying to get that word out that, yes, we will take everybody regardless of ability to pay.
Take a lot of pride in that, don't you?
Yes, I do. I've never seen a mission like this where they truly just don't talk the talk, they walk the walk.
And the hospital publishes their research to help kids across the globe benefit from what's happening right here in South Carolina.
What's your favorite part about working at Shriners Children's?
Everybody is focused on the mission of the hospital. Everybody here in the hospital is working towards taking care of patients and providing the best care that we can.
The most rewarding part is seeing kids come in sometimes on their back and walking out of this place. It's a true mission. And I have never seen a group of people like the Shriners that are so dedicated to the mission.
It's a place where challenges become victories, where healing can begin. That gives kids strength and hope today for every tomorrow. For Bayhackle Entertainment, I'm Kelly Bardick.
Really is just a top-tier facility with everything that they have in the building.
Absolutely. You know, before the game started, there were a couple of patients actually on the field, and to talk to them and their families and what they do, it's an amazing thing they do.
Yeah, it's not hard to understand, you know, what a children's hospital does, but you really don't get the feel for it until you're there in the building.
Right.
That's something they make sure the players get the chance to do. They had the chance to visit the Shriners Hospital. I got to tag along. Take a look.
There's some of these kids that go through countless rehab, countless surgeries, and still being countless playing. So I'm just trying to put a smile on their face. Hopefully they remember me or something, you know, just make their day a little bit better.
Yeah, it's making me realize how blessed I am and how blessed we all are. My stepdad actually worked at this hospital a few years ago, so he told me all the stories about that stuff. just means a lot to come here, see this in person.
They have a newer version out so that
all the time they don't feel special and they probably feeling down, so I just want to give back to them what I got. So
it's way more deeper than football, like way more deeper, like just being blessed to be able to put a smile on these kids' face, coming one time a year. Probably the kids probably wait for us to come. Go.
Get in. Oh, come on. Yes. Show them how it's done.
So it makes you blessed. It's just being fortunate that I'm able to have like working limbs or be able to walk, talk, have ability. Some of these kids can't even do that. So it's just me being able to make a little bit they did even more better.
How blessed we are to be in this position, and hopefully, I can come back a little later in my career, support these kids a little more. But yeah, just being here for the kids, it means a lot.
it means the world. Exactly what I mean by I want to do early childhood. I mean, I'm touched by kids. No words.
It's always really heartwarming to see these guys that'll run around on the field and, absolutely hit the lights out of each other, act so,
bring some
gentle.
attitude and stuff, right?
But they act so gentle with these kids, and it's always just so heartwarming to see the interactions when you go to the hospital.
Yep, we thank them for all they do. The Shriners Children's Hospital, just a great organization, and I know they're a blessing to the patients and just everybody, so thanks for what they do. All right, hey, listen, we have more coming up in our halftime show. It's the 89th edition of the Shrine Bowl of the Carolinas coming up. We'll talk with Ronnie Blunt. He is the chairman of the Shriners Bowl. That is up next. Stick around. We'll have more from Spartanburg High School. It is halftime of the 89th playing of the Shrine Bowl of the Carolinas. South Carolina 10-7 lead. Fireworks early, then a field goal late, and some sloppy football, but we expect that sometimes. Hey, welcome back. It is the Shrine Bowl court, and this is Ellis. He is the Shrine Bowl king. I had a chance to talk with him this morning. What a great young man, and the Shriners Hospital doing wonderful things for him. I'm sure that kid is going to have a bright future thanks to his relationship with the Shriners Children's Hospital. And then there was Mariah. She is the queen, Shrine Bowl queen. She could not be here today, but of course a lovely young lady, and blessings to her this holiday season. And so now we are joined by Mr. Ronnie Blunt. He is the chairman board for the Shrine Bowl of the Carolinas. Thanks for your time.
Hey, Jeff, always good to be with you guys.
Happy holidays to you.
The same to you guys. It's always good to be here and have you guys with us. It's kind of like a family reunion once a year now.
Absolutely.
It's turned into with you guys.
Yeah, year 3 for us. And just for the folks out there, just talk a little bit about the relationship between you guys, the hospital, and the game.
Absolutely. You know, with Bayhackle Sports and the Shrine Bowl of the Carolinas, us being the oldest all-star game in the nation, and you guys doing what you guys do with high school sports, not just football, makes such a great partnership. And the awareness that we're able to reach out to people throughout the country with the pieces that you guys do from our hospital and from our game are just second to none. I mean, so we're very thankful to have you guys and look forward to many more years working together.
I know where you'd love to be a part of it.
Absolutely.
And we know the money is important because it keeps everything going. Where the proceeds go?
Well, you know, the proceeds help us, again, put on our game for next year, and then we are able to make a donation sometimes to the Shriners Hospital for Children, which is always a good thing. But mainly it's the volunteers that come to put this game on. People that like these guys behind me.
Yeah, thank you guys. Thank you guys.
Yeah, without these guys, none of this is possible. You know, and that's the big highlight. It's once a year. This is like a family for us as well.
You know, for me, I had the chance to go to the hospital on Thursday with the team and Jack Taylor. And just, you know, we talk about the money, we talk about all the surgeries. It's just the stories, though, that are so heartwarming.
Oh, you know, Jeff, you never hear a kid say they have to go. They say they get to go.
Right.
You know, and that's number one. You know, when you go, you've seen in many of the pieces that you guys have put together, the story that this hospital tells, it's not like going to a regular hospital. It doesn't smell like a regular hospital. You know what I mean? This is a fun place that they're able to get world-class treatment, and we're very proud of that.
Yes.
Right.
And you got to be happy with the weather. This has been
I was going to say, the weather in the crowd.
Really helped out, right?
You know, I can't take credit for that, but we're thankful for the good Lord to give us another great day of weather. You know, if you were here last year like you guys were, we were in a little heavier coats. But, hey, wonderful crowd that's come out to support. We're pleased with the following we've got on Twitter or X now. You know, the people are watching the broadcast live. I think it climbed up to about 7,000 earlier.
I just heard, yes.
You know, that's always a great thing to be doing something live like that. So it's always, hey, you guys are the best, and we appreciate what you guys do for us.
Well, thank you. Ronnie Blunt, Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, guys. Happy holidays. Hey, more of the Shrine Bowl halftime show coming at you next. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to Spartanburg High School. Halftime of the Shrine Bowl of the Carolinas. 10-7 South Carolina with a slim lead there. Delano, a little sloppy there, but you expect that sometimes.
You do. They only had a week to prepare with different players that they never played with before, but they're doing some serious hitting out there.
Yeah, there was some. I was on the sidelines. Yeah, you can hear it.
Boy.
Absolutely. Yes. All right, hey, listen. Will Love, he had a field goal there early in the game to give him the 10-7 lead. He actually showed me around Spartanburg High School this week. Take a look. Hey there, everyone. We are here with Will Love. He was the kicker for Spartanburg High School this year, and now he finds himself the kicker for the South Carolina team here in the Shrine Bowl. And Will, when we talk about this game, it's so historic. For everybody here, it's a great environment, and we know it means the world to them. But for you to be playing this game on your home turf, what does that mean for you?
It's super special. It's a really big deal. I'm super excited to do it.
When we talk about Spartanburg High School, it almost looks like a college campus. Just talk to me a little bit about the school.
The school's fantastic. I mean, obviously, it's a great place to learn, but like, it's just a good place to be all the time.
Show us around.
All right.
All right, let's take a look. All right, let's take a look at the press box.
Yeah, and it's locked.
And it's locked. All right, Will, weight room. I'm pretty stunned. So when I see a weight room like this, and I know the workouts that the team does, is yours any different being the kicker?
I just do what everybody else does. The bigger and stronger I get, the further I can kick the ball.
This is crazy. I'm stunned. All right, so up next, Valhalla. What is that?
It's right upstairs, outside the lunchroom. It's where you kind of go and hang out.
Valhalla, the word up there. What does it mean?
Valhalla is Viking heaven from like old Norse mythology.
Got it. So people, like you said, just come here and chill.
Yeah.
And just when I thought I couldn't be more impressed, this is crazy. You don't see many high school gyms like this. Well, final stop, Viking Legends. I see the display here. It's pretty impressive. You look at these names. What do these guys mean to the school?
I mean, it's a pretty big deal. Obviously, you have your number retired, but having the jerseys here that we can all see,
right,
gives us kind of something to strive for, I guess. You know, you see that Stephen Davis went to Spartan High, and then he went to Auburn, and he played in the NFL from 1999 to 2004.
Right. Steve Fuller, some great names. Now, these are some of the top scorers.
I believe so.
In terms of that, but where are you on the list?
I'm number 5.
Number 5.
All time.
All-time scorer. Wow.
305 career points.
Well, thanks for the tour. Best of luck at Virginia Tech.
Thank you.
We'll be watching. All right, as we said, John Love is kicking at Virginia Tech right now. His brother will join him. John Love played in the 2021 Shrine Bowl, 84% field goal percentage at Virginia Tech. That ain't bad, dude.
No.
And then Will Love, of course, 2022 till now, Shrine Bowl this year. He signed at Virginia Tech, longest field goal in Spartan High School history, 54 yards, and that's not bad. That's not bad. We are now joined by Mr. Todd Staley. He is the athletic director here at Spartanburg High School. And Todd, thanks for your time. Happy holidays.
Merry Christmas, happy holidays to you as well.
Beautiful day.
Absolutely.
Last year was a little chilly.
A little chilly. It was chilly on Monday here for sure.
It's still chilly for me. It's still chilly for me.
All right, so the 89th playing of this historic game here at Spartanburg High School. For yourself, how special is it?
Really special. You know, as somebody that grew up in the Carolinas, knew the history of this game, playing in Charlotte, playing in Rock Hill, playing at Wofford Stadium, and now about our 4th year here at Spartanburg High School, we're really honored to host it.
Well, you don't just kind of stand around and watch the game. You just mentioned you got to run the video board here, so you're an active participant in this game.
We'll be on the video board. Yeah, there's a lot to it. We host their practices. We've got the South Carolina team in our locker room, North Carolina team in the field house. They're here all week for practices twice a day and things like that. And so there's a lot that goes to it behind the scenes for sure, but it's just a great place to be. It's a great stadium. We're going to have great weather and a lot of great players on the field today, but the real thing is that we remember what it's all about. And it's just an honor that we know that this is being done for all those kids at the Shriners Hospital in Greenville.
One more final question for you. When fans come to the stadium, are they kind of stunned to see this as kind of a high school stadium?
Yeah, a lot of people say that. Not your normal high school football stadium in the Carolinas.
Right. Well, thank you, Todd. We appreciate your time.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate you guys being here. Absolutely.
All right, hey, listen, stick around. We have more of the halftime show coming up from the 89th edition of the Shrine Bowl. Coming up, we'll hear from Ronnie Blunt. He is the chairman of the Shriners Bowl, so stick around. We'll be right back. We are in beautiful Spartanburg, South Carolina. It is the 89th edition of the Shrine Bowl of the Carolinas, and it is halftime. Now, if you've missed any of the action, don't worry about it. You can head over to YouTube, check out our channel, Bayhackle Sports. There you can see highlights from today's game. You can check out games from around the Queen City and surrounding areas. We have original programming like Talking Sports with My Dad, with myself and Jack Taylor, Varsity Spotlight, and so much more. Head to YouTube, Bayhackle Sports, subscribe. We'd love to talk with you, find out what you need to do with sports in the area. It's all great stuff. So that is it for the halftime show. Darren Vaught and Reggie Walker up next with a second half of action from the 89th Shrine Bowl.
Back with you at the 89th Shrine Bowl of the Carolinas. Such a special event within this region, this community between North and South Carolina. We've had a good game so far, 10-7. South Carolina leads. Reggie Walker, Darren Vaught, we're glad you're here and back with us. Reggie, what's stood out to you so far in this one?
I think we've seen some really good individual playmaking, particularly on the defensive side of the football, but we saw some explosive activity to start this game. Opening play, big-time touchdown.
Yeah, 80 yards, Zamarius with the touchdown for South Carolina. That got the play started, and then it kind of slowed down. It clunked up a little bit.
It did. I thought defensively, and it's something we talked about in the first half, both defenses decided to strip the football. And so we saw a plethora of turnovers over a stretch. But right here, we just talked about it. The way this game started, Mr. Robertson goes house call early.
The North Carolina commit.
Here's what I got to know, though. Sorry to cut you off. Here's what I got to know. In a week, you figured out how to do that kind of a handshake? That takes some coordination by those young guys as Brody Norman scores.
He's been useful with his legs, the quarterback from Mooresville High School. That tied it up at 7. Will Love with a field goal to give South Carolina the lead as well. But how about our guy Polo with a couple of big defensive plays, including the interception there?
Yeah, Polo Anderson's been all over the field. You see there, nice form tackle in the running game off a run fit. And he's been really, really good on the back end, showing that ability. I'm telling you what, Polo Anderson, a big-time get for the Clemson Tigers.
So a look at the statistics in this one. It has been clunky offensively for North Carolina. Remember, the Brody Norman touchdown rush came off of a short field. They got a fumble recovery, so they didn't have to travel too far for that one. Also, keep in mind, 80 of those passing yards for South Carolina came on the very first play, so it's been kind of slow for both teams.
It really has. It's been choppy. I think anytime you get into all-star games like this, you got a timing issue sometimes in the passing game with quarterbacks and running backs, or receivers, I should say. And then in the running game, offensively for backs, sometimes they don't see holes as quickly because the offensive line is guys they haven't been around.
Turnovers looming large so far in the first half of action. South Carolina with the 3-point lead.
And again, you see the time of possession there for South Carolina.
Jeff Taylor is down on the sideline.
Hey, Coach Craddock, we got the team warming up here, but we can still see the camera. Let me ask you about that first half. They scored on that first play, then the defense settled down. Just talk about the defensive effort that first half.
Yeah, Coach Pruitt, Coach Hardiman did a great job settling our defense down. Obviously, we had a busted coverage right out of the gate, gave them early momentum. Guys didn't panic. We settled in, started making some plays. Fits were good. You know, it's a 10-7 game here. So, yeah, very pleased with the defensive effort.
Message at halftime to the team.
I just think keep steady. I mean, we're fine. We got to get, when we have a chance to make a play, we need to make a play. We can't keep getting behind the chains on offense. We need to get into a little rhythm.
Thank you, Coach. Appreciate your time. Have a good one. Okay. Second half coming at Reggie and Darren. Back to you.
Appreciate that, Jeff. Coach Craddock, fresh off of his 8th state championship at Tarboro, trying to mount a comeback, albeit a small one for North Carolina here in the second half.
I haven't had a ton of conversations with Coach Craddock, but in the few that I've had with him, he's so much fun to talk to about the game and the sport and how football works and why he loves the game so much. I just one of those guys I have a ton of respect for. And oh, by the way, he wins too.
A lot. A lot. North Carolina's going to get the kick to begin the third quarter.
I'd love to fully learn his Tarboro team. I mean, you know the premise of it, right? That straight T offense, but the Tarboro T is dominant, we've seen, and then you see their Coach Sutherland and everything he's been able to do offensively at Liberty High School.
Will Love to boot it away. And the second half of the 89th Shrine Bowl of the Carolinas is underway. It's a touchback.
So, Darren, I think the thing for everybody to be aware of, the third quarter, I feel like in these kind of games, it's, I think, where you see the everything kind of come out of the playbooks. I think you're going to see some more of the flea flicker type, some of your trickeration. I think you'll see it in the third quarter. Teams looking to try to get ahead and get a spark. And then in the fourth quarter, it'll be winning time.
Might that kind of change of pace be what this North Carolina offense needs at this point?
I think so. Now, the problem is you got to make sure you can protect things like that because these defensive linemen on both sides are really good.
Brody Norman throwing on first down. He's got it to Devin Goldston, the Wake Forest commit. Second catch of the afternoon for him. And it's a gain of 4. 2nd and 6 coming up.
I like Goldston a lot. His length is good. I think obviously he's got to get a little bit stronger, a little bit bigger. He's only about 185 pounds, but 6'3" frame. All of a sudden he gets up to 200, 205 pounds, keeps that speed, adds to it. All of a sudden he becomes one of those guys you start thinking about may have a chance to play on Sundays.
Norman on second, throwing again. Brody Keefe this time, but he's brought down as soon as he caught it. That'll go for no gain, 3rd down and 6 to go.
So the game plan here, what we're seeing basically is let's try to get the ball to the playmakers quickly and get them out in space and see if they can just make some individual athletic plays to get a spark to this offense.
North Carolina 2 for 9 on 3rd downs in the first half. Throwing again here. Or maybe not. Norman steps up and angles out of bounds. He got just enough to move the chains.
That's such a nice job by Brody Norman, understanding where he had to get to and then use the sideline to his advantage to make sure not to take a big hit there. Gets just enough for the first down. You see Norman navigating the pocket. Looks like nothing's there, so he tucks it. And then watch him here. Uses the sideline. He might have got a pretty favorable spot there as well. Hey, it's an all-star game, right?
First down either way. This time it's a give. Zach Cullen powers his way forward for about 3 yards up to the 33.
I'll tell you what, Zach Cullen, man, those legs, he just keeps driving those legs and finds a way to fall forward.
Also, again, of note, he's playing both sides of the ball in this game, which you don't typically see because the rosters are announced position by position.
Yeah, sometimes you run into situations where you go, wait, this kid's a pretty good athlete. Let me use him here, use him there, opposite of where he normally plays.
Norman to the sideline, incomplete. There was a lot of contact on Brody Keefe, the intended target.
On that, Darren, I'm going to offer a scholarship to the field judge. His arm was better than the line judge and the back judge. So we're going to give the field judge a scholarship offer there to play quarterback.
Pass interference, defense, 15 yards from the previous spot. Marked off will result in a first down.
So the DPI makes it a first down for North Carolina as they approach midfield here at their own 48.
And shout out to these officials. They're all-stars as well. That's why they're doing this game. So a little bit of an added piece for those guys.
Yeah, much like the honor it is to be selected as a player, a coach for this game, it's a recognition of stellar performance. Play fake. Wide open man. Caught Devin Goldston. Inside the 10, he's pushed down, and North Carolina has goal to go.
It's a great concept here. They just run a vertical route on the inside and bring Goldston inside as the outside receiver on a little bit of a slant route, and there's nobody there. They get confused in how they want to handle the two guys on the outside. You see the vertical route to the outside of the screen, to the right of the screen. Goldston's up in the middle. Look at Cullen. Throws that hand up saying, we got a touchdown. But nice job defensively on the back end to stop that by Jordan Best.
46 yards on the reception. First and goal from the 6. Norman eventually gives it to Cullen, and he's down at the 2-yard line.
How about Brody Norman with the mesh point there, just kind of riding it out till the last second and then giving it to his back.
And that was something on a keeper for Norman. You complimented him in the first half.
Yeah, he does a nice job as a ball handler in those situations, and I think that's going to be important as you continue to grow your career. You get to the college level, more RPOs, you got to be able to handle that properly.
Noah Terry now the running back for North Carolina. Norman gets the low snap, keeps it himself. He's wrangled from behind, had a chance to lean toward the end zone, but he's marked down at the 1-yard line. So it'll be 3rd and goal from the 1.
And he pulled this one this time. When he pulled it, I didn't think he was going to get much. Now the timing's off, low snap. See right there, looks like he's not going to get much, but then the toughness lands on the defender. I don't know, Darren, that might have been a touchdown there.
He was on top of the defender, so I don't think he had contacted the ground in a way that would end the play.
That's correct.
So here we go. 3rd down at the 1. Norman fakes the give, trying to get to the edge this time, and he is stopped at the half-yard line. 4th and goal now for North Carolina.
I think that was Jalen McGraw, number 34. And I think the key to this, watch the defender's arm. Jalen McGraw, watch him here. He gets a hold of Norman and the football there, so Norman can't stretch it out over the goal line. That's why he ends up short. He basically stripped the ball there to McGraw, and that kept Brody Norman from stretching the football out, putting it in the end zone. And look at Coach Craddock. He going to the Tarboro T here.
And South Carolina makes the stop. 3 all-star backs in the backfield for the Tar Heels, but the Sandlappers snuff it out.
Well, here's the added piece to this, Darren. Tyler Powell goes into play quarterback there. He's the guy who plays quarterback for Coach Craddock in this offense. But remember, in the first half, everything was shotgun. All of a sudden, they go under center. Very different for the center. All of a sudden, Powell can't get the snap out of there, and there's a fumble on the handoff attempt there.
A big red zone turnover forced by South Carolina. They lead it 10-7 still after making a couple of big stops near the goal line. A lot of talented players for South Carolina, both sides, but you're looking at the South Carolina prospects. Jazavian Currents leads that pack. We've talked a lot about Polo Anderson, #2 ranking, Sequel Patterson, Jordan Best with an interception earlier, and then some, right? You've heard a bevy of names outside of this short list.
Yeah, I look at this list and I see really the top 3 guys on that list. I think they are guys that are candidates to get on the field right away as freshmen at their respective schools. So something to keep an eye on when they get to college.
A lot of talent defensively. Most notably for South Carolina, they force the red zone turnover. And they take over deep into their own territory. So they will put it on the ground. A short run. That's going to be enough to kind of get them a little bit of breathing room up to the 4-yard line.
How about this defense? And Caleb Gordon again in the middle of everything from that linebacker spot. The Ashbrook High School product. On his way to NC State, Coach Doran continuing to helm that program.
Quarterback keeper, a little bit closer to the 10-yard line. Another 3 or 4 on the carry.
I need him to have a little bit more patience there with that quarterback run. He didn't let the offensive lineman get out in front of that thing and really create an opportunity for him to make a big play out of it. Banks Bouton out of Gaffney High School.
Now it's 3rd and 4. So South Carolina, after that momentous stop, in danger of a one-and-done possession here if they can't pick up this first. Bouton takes off with it, got good blocking, and he gets near the marker and gets the first down by about a yard. Gain of 7 or 8 on the carry. It's 1st and 10.
Darren, I love that you use the phrase good blocking there, because Tyler Powell was coming downhill to blow this play up. They get him on a double team, and that allows them to turn the corner and get on the edge and pick up that first down.
Now up to their 14. Bouton overthrows, and it's incomplete. He was looking for Cameron Vance.
And all you got to do with Cameron Vance, it doesn't have to be a perfect throw. Just give him a chance to catch it and let that guy do the work, because when you get him out in space, he is special.
And he appeared to have it too, right? I mean, if you just dump it down, get it to him accurately and quickly.
If it's one-on-one in space, I'll take him over pretty much, unfortunately, a lot of these guys, even on this field today, because of how good and quick he is in space. He can, as I said earlier, he can make you miss in a phone booth.
Kareem, it's the handoff. Bullies through that initial line of defense. Gain of a few, 3rd down again for South Carolina.
How about Amarian Hayes making that tackle? He freed himself so quickly that he hadn't had a chance to recognize exactly where the back was, and the back ran right into his chest. And so he makes the play. .6'1", 325. He's another one of those guys that just needs an opportunity somewhere at the collegiate level. And he should have some success.
Bouton rolling on 3rd. Chased. Skirts out of the way. Ducks under a tackler and nearly got the first.
Look at Bouton with the little, watch him here, little hezzy. Then he gets outside, and then the toughness right here, even though the big guy, Bispom, has got him, number 51, the JMU signee. Great job by Bispom at 275 pounds-ish as a defensive tackle, showing the footwork, showing the speed to chase that play down.
Now it is 4th and very short, maybe not even a full yard. but the punt unit comes out for South Carolina.
Well, I think this is Coach Sutherland realizing, and they got to hurry up here. This is him realizing, hey, our defense has been playing well, and then they go ahead and reset the play clock, but our defense has been playing well enough. There's no sense in giving up good field position.
So Love kicks it away, and it's muffed and then out of bounds. So all's well that ends well for Braylon Peebles, and North Carolina takes over. The Tar Heels trailing by 3 with a possession coming up when we return, down 3 to the Sandlappers of South Carolina.
My name is Bristol Bigginson from West Ashley High School. I'm committed to Elon University. Merry Christmas, everybody, and remember the reason for the season.
My name is Jahal Sneed. I play for Berkeley High School. I'm an inside linebacker, and my Christmas message is go spend time with your family because time is not guaranteed.
One of my favorite confluences of events on the calendar is the Shrine Bowl of the Carolinas, just a few days before, in every case, the holiday season. Happy holidays to you and yours. We're glad you're with us as North Carolina takes over possession. Brody Norman throws it away on 1st and 10. It'll be 2nd down. Nothing there.
Yeah, I think he wanted Jaden Hamilton up the sideline, but Jaden had kind of stepped out of bounds, had good coverage over there from Sequel Patterson. Nothing there, so he threw it away.
So North Carolina, not a lot doing offensively throughout this game, but between the 2 quarterbacks, Norman here and Jacob Smith of Reagan High School, they've seemed to have a little bit more success with Norman.
I think they might want to try to get an opportunity for Khalil Price down the field in a one-on-one situation.
2nd and 10 from the 38. It's a handoff this time. Couple of hard jukes to the outside. And Brillison McCullers, with his first carry of the game, makes an impression.
Yeah, the Millbrook product. Tough one for them in the state championship game, unable to get it done. But a nice run here. Look at the vision. Look at the cut to get outside there. And Brody Keefe giving him a block. It's really well done. Nice run there by McCullers.
Gets them to the plus 46-yard line. Norman keeps it and gets a few yards before he was rocked with a hit. South Carolina seems to think they came away with a strip, but the play is stopped dead.
That right there, that's just a fumble. Or a play, I should say, that you definitely don't want to result in a fumble. Looks like he's certainly down before that ball came loose. We'll see it again here, working up the middle. Yeah, there's the hit. Yeah, he's down.
Yep, ground forced it to pop out.
Yep.
So it's a gain of 3, 2nd and 7 for North Carolina.
Price at the bottom of the screen here, one-on-one situation.
Norman hands off. McCullers again is wrapped at the line of scrimmage and pushed back. Daniel Capehart, another Dillon High School product.
Yeah, well, that's what Dillon does. They just churn out really good football players. And that's another example right there. Steps up in the hole, and a big hit that time from Capehart.
High school teammate of Zamorius Robertson, who scored the opening touchdown.
Capehart's an interesting prospect. He's playing a lot of linebacker in this game. Almost 6'2", only about 190 pounds. Can you put 20 or 30 pounds on him at the college level and play him as an outside linebacker? I think that's certainly possible for him.
3rd and 7, Norman skies it incomplete. And now comes 4th down.
Yeah, it might be better that he skied that one incomplete, because if not, Mr. McCullers was probably about to get lit up by Cameron McFadden, the linebacker out of Rock Hills Northwestern High School. He was on a beeline to close on that route. You'll see it again here toward the bottom of your screen. He reads it right away. And you see him? He's in there to make that play. I think Brody Norman probably saw him, and that's why he threw that football a little bit high.
Even if not a catch followed by a hard hit, you're even risking an interception and a lot of runway to take it back potentially for a score. And the punt return will get South Carolina the ball back. Cameron Vance on the return. Let's go down to Jack on the South Carolina sideline.
Yeah, guys, the South Carolina offense, after they got that drive stopped short, they were over here by the TV looking at the replay of some of the plays they had, and the message was throughout all of them, from both Banks Baton to Cam Vance, just talking about how they need to capitalize off of these chances that their defense is getting them. They're getting them the ball back in good territory most of the time with the 2 picks, and then, of course, right there at their own end zone. But they're saying, if we can just capitalize, we can start to put this one away. They haven't scored since that very first play for a touchdown, so they're really going to try to get some of that momentum going. Let's see if they can do it right here. Back to you guys.
All right, we'll see if they can do it here. A bit longer field to begin this second half in the instances that South Carolina's been on offense. And Jakin Davis finds Robertson at the sideline. He's pushed out, but he stays in long enough to make the catch up to the 36.
Jamie Chadwell, eat your heart out. Watch this throw by Jakin Davis, a right-handed quarterback moving left, and drops a seed into the hole. You've got a sunk corner from a 2-deep and a safety over the top, and Jakin Davis, as a right-handed quarterback moving left, drops it in a bucket where only his guy can get it. That's a big-time throw for the Liberty signee.
South Carolina runs it on 1st and 10. Flag comes out after the gain of a few yards. So another after the result of the play penalty.
And these are the ones, again, as these coaches get into the 4th quarter and they want to win the game, these are the ones that have to get cleaned up.
After the play was over, unsportsmanlike conduct, number 42 White, 15 yards from the succeeding spot. Markup will result in a 1st down.
Kason Jones picks up the 15-yarder there and gives away a 1st down.
Now into North Carolina territory. Davis hands it off. Amari Verner finds some space to the right, up the middle, and it's a gain of 4.
Been waiting to see Amari Verner get an opportunity. That guy has the ability, if he gets out in space with that speed, not the biggest guy, only about 5'6", 5'7", but he's got speed, and NC State is going to find a way to use him in so many different ways. You see there, nearly 400 carries in his high school career, 3,000 yards and 36 touchdowns. This guy smells the end zone and he finds a way to get there.
Second down. Davis goes to the outside. Jude Hall with a move to get across the line to gain and inside the 35.
Man, Jude Hall makes you make some decisions out there, doesn't he? 6'3", 6'3 and a half, a little over 200 pounds, big, physical. I saw him pregame, and you were down there with me, Darren. They threw him a ball near the end zone. He just kind of snatched it with one hand, very lackadaisically, if you will. And I said, "Oh, that's how you feel?" He said, "Oh, yeah." He shook his head. He was like, "That's easy. That's easy."
Yeah, he was making some really nice leisurely catches. Here's Verner with some space, wrapped up from behind, and somehow Cameron Cartledge wrangles him before he snaps a big one.
Yeah, if Cameron Cartledge doesn't get him there, the fans are screaming because that's 7 more points on the board. Well, 6 more. Can't assume an extra point anymore.
So what could have been a huge run is positive yardage, but not quite as big. And movement. Both lines pointing at each other.
Yeah, but this one's
Dead
easy.
ball, false start offense. 5-yard penalty from the previous spot. Replay, second down.
That one's on the right tackle over there. I believe that's Anthony Baxter, number 75. And Mr. Baxter is difficult to miss, if you will. 6'4", about 350 pounds. Tall, rangy. He's really got the right kind of body for the position, but he's a big guy, and you're not going to miss when he rocks in that stance.
2nd and 10. Davis goes deep, and it's incomplete.
That's a good job by Ricky Myers Jr. He used the sideline early, and then as soon as Jude Hall got near the sideline, he kind of gave him a little bit of physical contact, and he's out of bounds, and he's out of the play. So nice technique there by Ricky Myers Jr. Gave up the outside release, kind of opened his body up and widened it out to make it difficult for Jude Hall to make a play. And then you see the little contact there at the end, but that ball was nowhere near catchable.
Some boos out of the South Carolina contingency here.
As they should.
3rd and 10. Into the air. Davis toward the sideline and put just too much on it. Incomplete. 4th down with just 4 seconds left in the quarter.
And this is obviously, I think, going to be 4-down territory because no benefit to punting the football. But I'll tell you what, they've got plenty of size at the receiver/tight end position. I would keep an eye on number 19 here, Jamel House, the Newberry product, 6'4", 235. Just get him somewhere near the sticks and throw it up and let him go get it.
And North Carolina is going to call a timeout.
Timeout, North Carolina.
So a chance for Coach Craddock and his staff to talk it over with his defense. Might they be able to match a 4th down stop with a 4th down stop of their own and get it back to start the 4th quarter?
A big opportunity here defensively. Get a little momentum, as you mentioned, going into that 4th quarter. Maybe a little confidence as well to go with that momentum there. So big opportunity if you're North Carolina right now. Again, trailing just 10-7. It's not like you're behind by multiple touchdowns or anything. You're in striking distance. All it takes is one really big play, and you got a chance. And so for this team right now, get off the field here on 4th down. Give your offense a chance. You hit a big play, all of a sudden you're in the high red area or better, and you're right back in this ballgame.
4th and 10 for South Carolina. They're going for it. Jacob Davis drops back into the sun. Chased. Heaves up a prayer, and it's intercepted. North Carolina with the pick. Jaleel Parker from Jack Britt High School, and a flag comes out.
And it's going to be a personal foul on South Carolina. So they're going to tack on to this. So it's going to be field position in plus territory for North Carolina. That's a great way for them to start the 4th quarter.
The Tar Heels with a takeaway. And a chance with the ball back as we begin the 4th quarter.
The result of the play is an interception by North Carolina. After the play was over, dead ball personal foul against South Carolina, 15 yards from the succeeding spot, 1st down.
So some additional yardage for North Carolina as they take over to begin the 4th quarter. We got a tight one at the 89th Shrine Bowl of the Carolinas.
Pray you enjoy it. Pray you make great relationships. Some of the relationships I still have to this day. I wanted to make sure you never forget the Shrine Bowl motto: strong legs run so weak legs can walk. So you're contributing to an excellent cause.
How about that? That is former North Carolina Tar Heel great, Dallas Cowboys great in the NFL, and former Shrine Bowler Greg Ellis with a nice message to this year's selected players participating in the 89th edition of this great game. 1st and 10 for North Carolina at the 45. And Jacob Smith has his first pass batted down. Contact after the play and a flag from the sideline.
And this is what you can't have in the 4th quarter.
After the play was over, dead ball personal foul on the offense, 15 yards from the previous spot. The down counts, 2nd down.
Let's go back to that interception that got North Carolina possession.
Yeah, I want you to keep an eye on the left side of your screen, number 59 in white, Miles Funderburk. You see that right there? He forces Jacob Davis to throw this football up because Davis is not going to be able to get outside of him and get out of trouble. That's a great job by Funderburk in a 3-man rush situation. Don't abandon your lane, keep your contain, and you force the interception. That's something I guarantee you they love, those coaches do, down in Orangeburg at South Carolina State.
2nd and 25 for North Carolina. Smith drops back to pass. Nothing doing, rolls, throws on the run. He's got Khalil Price, and it pops out incomplete. A flag came out in the backfield prior to the throw.
Yeah, that's going to either be a hold or potentially a blindside block on this offensive line there. And they get him on a hold there.
Holding on the offense. That penalty is declined. Makes it 3rd down.
So penalty declined.
Yes, sir.
3rd and 25 here. North Carolina just 3 of 12 on 3rd downs in this game. Smith remains the quarterback. Cullen to his left.
3rd and 1.
Smith goes deep, right side, and out of bounds, incomplete. It'll be 4th and very long.
Yeah, not quite sure what happened there. That ball never had a chance to be completed there. Well out of bounds. And Jacob Smith, not generally that inaccurate with the football.
The defensive struggle continues. North Carolina unable to capitalize on the turnover. There's the punt. And here's Cameron Vance. Right to the edge where he couldn't get around, but he gets to about the 45.
The question now is, if you're South Carolina, can you go down here and maybe put an exclamation point on this thing by having a time-consuming drive that ends in a touchdown? That's what Coach Sutherland talked about at halftime. Can you get up by 2 scores in an all-star game? That's kind of the place you want to be.
Bouton on the handoff. Gives to Kareem. And he is down at the 49. So a gain of 4 on the carry. 2nd and 6 coming up.
How about the defenses in this game? I think both defenses, particularly at the line of scrimmage, have been really good. Defensive fronts have made a lot of plays and really minimized both of these offenses to an extent.
Malik McGowan again. Misspoke on the first carry. That's been him the past 2. So 2 carries, 9 total yards. It's 3rd and 1.
And exactly what you like if you're Coach Sutherland. Eating up this clock, running the football, letting that offensive line maybe take advantage of potentially some worn down defenders. At least you'd hope so if you're an offensive coach on this side of the ball right now.
3rd down and 1. Again, it's McGowan. He was briefly wrapped in the backfield. I don't know if Cameron Cartilage brought him down in time to prevent the first. And he didn't. It's a gain of 1 exactly, 1st down.
Yeah, he made it tight, but nice job just stretching out, continuing to drive those legs, and he picks up the 1st down. Mr. Capehart, or check that, Mr. Cartilage there with a nice play nonetheless, though.
Another 1st down. This time it's a designed run by the quarterback for no gain.
How about Tyler Powell right there? He's playing a little bit of a different position, playing that jack position in this particular game, but comes off the edge, steps up inside, gets inside of the tight end and makes that tackle. Good eyes, good vision, way to step up and make a play. And man, his story is so cool. 3 state championships in 4 years at Tarboro High School. They played in a state championship last week And as he's leaving the field, he gets an offer from Lenore-Ryan because the state championship game was played in their stadium.
McGowan to the outside. Shakes a tackle and is eventually brought down shy of the 40-yard line. Caleb Gordon was trying to strip the ball away as he made the tackle.
Nice job that time by number 65, Scotland Dover. Just driving guys away from the football. And he was able to finish Tyler Powell with a big-time hit on the back end of that play.
South Carolina on 3rd down again. Bouton just a couple of yards past the line of scrimmage. It's 4th and 3.5 yards to go.
Yeah, that play call tells me they are likely to go for it here. I don't think you gain much off of a punt, so I think they're going to go for it.
They keep the offense out there. Fourth and 4, so drawing somebody off sides here would get you the first. That's what's going on here. They're trying to bait a North Carolina defender.
And they take the penalty, which will give them more yards to punt.
Dead ball, delay of game, 5-yard penalty from the previous spot, still 4th down.
So just a little bit more room for Will Love to punt it away.
And again, an opportunity. Try to pin them deep. The way your defense has played throughout this game, this makes you feel pretty good if you're Coach Sutherland that they're not going to be able to drive the football back the other way and get points.
Timeout, North Carolina.
Jeff Taylor's with Zach Cullen. Let's go down to him.
Hey guys, yeah, I'm here with Zach Cullen. And Zach, we talked before this interview real quick. You are late ad, and now you've played on the offensive side, the defensive side, and special teams. How special is it to be here?
It's great. It's a great opportunity to be here playing with a bunch of great men, you know, great teammates, and all these coaching to be able to be coached by the best.
To come in late and then play on all 3 sides, have you had to kind of think about it a whole lot?
It's been a lot to get hang on to, but you know, I've been able to, been practicing, listening, and doing all I can to pick everything up and make sure I know what I'm doing on the field.
Have a good rest of the game.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
I appreciate it. By the way, Zach Cullen right now has no offers, believe it or not. He is talking to a few schools, but I'm sure this kid's going to be playing on Saturday somewhere. Reggie and Darren, back to you.
That's great work, Jeff. I was about to say the exact same thing. Reggie, how impressive is it, say, if, I don't know, you're a college coach watching, to know that Zach was inserted into this environment and not only has been serviceable on defense where he was selected to come play, he's played all 3 phases.
Well, it tells you the main thing is, right, you can add a guy to your secondary, most likely as a safety, and then you can use him in the special teams game. And I think sometimes that's a value that's forgotten as we see a special teams miscue here.
Love goes back and gets the strong snap, somehow gets a punt away.
How about that? Will Love.
South Carolina downs it at the 21. That's not bad, all things considered.
No, it's actually a great punt when you think about it.
South Carolina back onto the defensive, leading by 3 in the 4th quarter.
it's like the top honor you can get in the state as a football player, playing the Shrine Bowl. It's really big for us because he's playing for my high school coach. My high school coach Lyden, coaching the Shrine Bowl, coached me in high school, so just a full circle moment. As a dad, Saturday, emotional because it's gonna be his last time running out for high school days. So Saturday gonna be probably some tears, a few tears fall, and just a happy, emotional moment.
Pretty cool to be around and talk with the parents, the families of these participants here at the 89th Shrine Bowl of the Carolinas. It's a huge honor, and it goes back a long way, right? I mean, this is something that gets talked about if you're a high school football player, a high school athlete in the states of North and South Carolina.
Absolutely, and a chance to play in any of these All-Star games is massive.
First down and a run right up the chute. 14 yards on the carry for North Carolina. Brilison McCullers, who didn't get a touch in the first half, Reggie, has been really productive.
Yeah, it seems like every time he gets the football, it's a first down or close to it in terms of the game.
Up to the 36-yard line. North Carolina trailing by 3, under 10 minutes to go. Quarterback keeper Jacob Smith dragging the pile with him past the 40. Looked like it wasn't going to be much. Turns into a gain of 6.
Yeah, it's a nice job by Smith, just continuing to drive those legs to pick up the yardage.
Smith hands it off again. McCullers. Yard and a half. And it'll be third down.
This is a key spot here, obviously, for North Carolina. Darren, I can almost presume they're not going to throw the football. Really been struggling in that category throughout this game. 4 of 17 for North Carolina's offense passing. Really been a struggle. Great job by the South Carolina secondary so far.
3rd and 2. Smith held on to it for a while before taking off. He's wrapped up shy of the first down.
Polo. I thought I heard you say Marco.
You weren't pointing out that Polo Anderson was the one who made the tackle?
Well, that too.
Yeah. 4th and 1 for North Carolina, and they will punt it away. Both teams struggling to really get scoring opportunities offensively, but with 7.5 and ticking down to play, Reg, not many opportunities left for either side.
Yeah, it kind of makes you go back to that first play of the game from Coach Sutherland in South Carolina. And the fact that they were able to hit that off the script there is huge. That punt might have been partially blocked. That might have been Polo Anderson again.
And Polo made his way to it and at least got hands up to effect the punt. Yeah, I'm with you. I think he might have gotten a fingertip on it.
You see it again here. And Polo Anderson coming in right there. I think he got a piece of that. Maybe not a lot, but I think he may have gotten a piece of that and caused the very short punt there.
When you're in that close, correct me if I'm wrong, Reg, either you're going to get a piece of it or it's going to alter the way that the punter kicks it, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
It looked like a true punt by Will Dole, but
yeah, all of a sudden he tries to move his leg a little bit to avoid getting hit. He gets the side of the ball, something like that. Sometimes when you're that close, Darren, to your point, the ball might just get a piece of you as the guy trying to block it, right? It hits you somewhere else because you're in so close.
Gain of 4 on first down. It's 2nd and 6 for South Carolina. To the outside. Caught. Robertson got to the edge, tiptoes out of bounds, but he's inside the 30.
I love the design there by South Carolina and Paul Sutherland, this offense. They got Cameron Vance was back off the line. He gets up the field and seals the edge as Robertson comes back to the football and works inside and then hits the shoot on the outside. I love the design of this. They don't go to the guy that's the deepest in the backfield. They allow him to turn into a fullback and bring the receiver back in Robertson. He makes a nice catch and gets up the field. He's really been that guy in this ball game today.
Look at this formation. Dense on the near side. It's a handoff. Malik McGowan tries to reverse the field and is bullied down by Funderburk.
How about this guy right here, Miles Funderburk? He's been really good in this game. He's had a really good career in high school. First few years of his high school career at Providence Day School, won some state championships there at the private school level, then goes to Weddington. And what do? They go to a final.
Davis recognizes the opening. Brought down by Funderburk, but not before the first down achieved, and South Carolina enters the red zone.
Jakin Davis having visions right here, not only of a win for his team, but maybe an MVP in this game. We saw the big throw early to Robertson for the touchdown. We just saw him hit Robertson on the big screen pass, and then right there using his legs to pick up that first down. And now Jazavian Currents in there at quarterback.
Currents joined by Malik McGowan. McGowan can't get to the outside. Great job by this North Carolina defense. And it goes for a loss of 1. Jazavian Currents, we've mentioned him several times in this game. Not a natural quarterback, but what you're seeing him do, this is what he did for his high school team as well.
Yeah, he had to. They had some issues, obviously, finding somebody that could play quarterback the way they needed to. He was the best guy for the job, and he's showing in this game that he can do that. But I think that helped him defensively really understand offenses as a safety.
Here he goes. Dragging a defender past the first down marker. Jazavian Currents gets it inside the 10. Ricky Myers of North Carolina was hanging on for his dear life.
Yeah, Ricky Myers got a ride on the Amtrak there. Look at Currents just drive those legs. A couple of other defenders show up and get ran over for good measure as well. How about Currents with the physicality?
South Carolina on the doorstep with 3.5 to play. They already lead by 3 and are threatening to score again.
And this is just power football to try to punch it in and win the 89th Shrine Bowl of the Carolinas. Coach Sutherland's going to take a timeout. Didn't like what he saw in terms of the alignment there for the defense versus his offense.
Yeah, had the play clock running down as well, so a couple of factors there.
Timeout, South Carolina.
And this, Darren, is what we talked about. Remember, we were talking about, hey, it's one thing, it's an all-star game, all that. But once you get to the fourth quarter and it's winning time, strategy gets real specific. I find it very interesting that all of a sudden you get to the 4.5-minute mark or so. Coach Sutherland realizes they got a chance to punch it in here, give him a 2-score lead. He gets, I don't want to call it conservative, he goes safe with essentially a Wildcat-style offense here with Jazavian Currents in there, the bigger guy, the more physical guy that they can play quarterback run with and really do two things, chew up the clock and potentially punch this in for a touchdown to put an exclamation point on this football game.
It also goes to the point we've made a couple of times. When everything's stripped down, you go to the star players, and the star players make star player plays.
Yep. What's the phrase? Big players make big plays in big games.
Jazavian Currents keeps up the middle. Pile was too big for him to move it that time.
Here's the reality, though, Darren. Because of the timeout situation and because of the time left on the clock, we're heading towards 3 minutes. It's actually not the end of the world that he didn't pick up a lot of yards there. That's okay if you're the Sandlappers right here, because the clock is your friend. You're nursing a 3-point lead, and very likely Will Love can kick a field goal, I should say, from this distance. You go up 13-7, and the North Carolina offense has really struggled to move the ball all day. You kind of take your chances on defense again. This is a North Carolina offense, just 4 of 17 passing.
Currents on 2nd and goal. Trying to the outside, and he's wrapped up and brought down. Cartilage again gets into the backfield.
But again, this is going to allow another 35 seconds to tick off this clock as Currents works to the right side, and just a nice job overloading this defense, flowing properly to the football. And as you mentioned, Cartilage there, Caleb Gordon there as well. This defense doing a nice job stepping up, but now we're down under 2 minutes, and there's still 15 seconds on the play clock. South Carolina may take this one all the way down to 1 second on the play clock and take a timeout, which would have it at about 1:40 or so.
And that is exactly what they allow to happen. Jakin Davis looked like he was going to
South Carolina
re-enter at quarterback.
I think he is. I think you'll see some kind of a zone read or some kind of a quarterback run. And if he doesn't punch it in, they'll let it wind all the way down again, which will take it down inside of a minute. Kick the field goal there. You're 13-7 with less than a minute to go. And best case scenario, you score a touchdown with 125-ish, 130-ish on the clock. And the math says the game's basically over in terms of losing anyway. So a good situation to be in if you're Coach Sutherland. The biggest thing you're telling your guys right now, don't turn the football over. A sack is not the end of the world if they decide to throw it with Jakin Davis. As long as you don't take a sack, it's okay.
South Carolina lost the Shrine Bowl last year for the first time in 12 years.
Yeah, you knew that didn't sit well, I guarantee you, with the Sandlappers.
This is a group that, by all accounts, has been really energetic this week, very hungry to get South Carolina a win. Davis tripped as he throws. He's got a man. It was caught for the touchdown. Holy cow. Jude Hall goes up and rips it down, and South Carolina takes a 2-score lead.
This didn't happen. There's no way. How about Jakin Davis doesn't panic, takes a shot low, and look at Jude Hall. That's exactly what we saw him do in pregame warmups. Just go get it with one hand. The big guy, 6'4", 200 pounds. Look at that right mitt, go get it. How about Jude Hall, huh? Wow.
Eye-popping athleticism to punctuate what probably will end up as a South Carolina victory. Jakin Davis to Jude Hall. What a play.
Oh, the hat. Yeah. That was out
A lot of fun. The guys dreaming about what their touchdown celebration dances might look like. Jude Hall with one a bit earlier.
How, Darren? Or as they say, how, Sway? How do they have these handshakes already cooked up in 4 days? I'm trying to figure it out.
Some quick camaraderie with both of these teams, and what a game we have seen here at the 89th Shrine Bowl of the Carolinas. Now it's a 10-point lead for South Carolina, 17-7, after that incredible touchdown catch by Jude Hall.
I know the folks in Fayetteville are fired up for that young man to come there and make some plays like that. New coaching staff on the way in. Ryan Silverfield coming from Memphis. And Jude Hall showing that ability. This football comes from Jakin Davis. A nice job by Davis manipulating the pocket. Season opening. Goes to his big 6'4" receiver. He's got a matchup advantage, he feels like, back there against Jaden Hamilton. Give him a chance and watch him use that big mitt, that big paw, to go up and get it, and then drags that right foot. And the left foot, I think, was down as well. He might have gotten 2 feet. And again, they already have the choreographed celebrations. They've only been together 4 days.
Well, clearly, our crew gave them some time to contemplate such things. So maybe we helped in that.
Yeah, that part.
North Carolina down double digits, multiple scores, but they're going to give it the try. Brody Norman spins out of trouble and throws it away incomplete.
Nice catch over there by one of the coaches. Unfortunately, he's not an eligible receiver. And he's on the wrong team anyway.
Could have sealed the game with a pick.
Yeah, there you go.
If we would have let it. But we have rules here, Reggie.
That part. And we're going to stick to them. Some people are rule breakers, some are rule followers. I like more of the phrase adhere to the rules.
There we go. 2nd and 10.
Because that's adjustable.
Norman to throw. Not given much of a chance, so he takes off with it. Flag comes out as he's wrapped up past the 25.
Yeah, this one's going to come back. I think that was big Jamie Williamson, number 99.
Who had a pretty good touchdown celebration dance.
Yeah, he did.
For that in that video just a minute.
Well, we almost saw his sack dance. If they didn't grab him right there, he would have had it.
Offense, 10-yard penalty, replay 2nd down.
Yeah, if he doesn't get held there, Williamson, we might have seen the sack dance.
Which I have to imagine is the same as a touchdown dance.
Well, for a D lineman, absolutely. I don't know that they've got time to work on both. They know what the sack dance is, right?
We're committing a lot of their time.
Yeah, you get more opportunities. Yeah.
Yep.
We're having too much fun up here, aren't we?
2nd and very long, 20 yards to the first line, or the first down line. It's into the backfield, and a tackle for a loss of even more yardage.
Darren, I know it's a different crop of players as Daniel Capehart makes another play. I think the Sandlappers did not like last year's result, and they had a message to send in this game. And from the word go, the first play, Coach Sutherland dials up a deep shot, and then this defense has fed off of that energy and momentum ever since.
So now with time winding down,
we got to snap it one more time.
Why not give it a try on 3rd and way back?
You got off coverage, soft coverage from the corners as well.
And Norman hands off to Zach Cullen, who's brought down again inside the 5. And that should do it.
Cameron McFadden showing us his dance. And the Sandlappers.
South Carolina elated. And the Tar Heels' reign did not last long. 1 year exactly, South Carolina wins the 89th Shrine Bowl of the Carolinas 17-7. We've got our MVPs to give away. We're going to talk to some of the characters most present in this game. Stay with us for the post game here at the Shrine Bowl.
My workers' comp.
Back with you at the Shrine Bowl of the Carolinas. Paul Sutherland, the head coach of the South Carolina Sandlappers, in his final game coaching. Gets a 10-point victory, 17-7. Reg, that one was a lot of fun.
It really was. I think, Darren, you get a game like this, you just kind of don't know what to expect. We saw big plays. We saw running game. We saw great defense. We saw some turnovers. We saw a lot of everything. And the Sandlappers once again regain control of this Shrine Bowl of the Carolinas back and forth rivalry.
The flag of the Palmetto State waves down on the field where our Jeff Taylor has Coach Sutherland.
A bit of a fake out, not yet. I got the MVPs on both sides of the ball real quick. Sutherland's still enjoying his last game and his last victory. But guys, real quick, offensively and defensively, Jakeem Davis, Terry Radford, just talk a little bit about this win.
All week, the most physical team, and at the end of the day, we got the win, so we good. Feel good to play our last game. We all played hard enough to get our win. Feeling good.
I was going to say, Jenkins, you got, that first touchdown, that very first play, and then the last one as well. Just talk a little bit about how much that touchdown meant at the very beginning.
Oh, yeah, it was awesome, and we've been talking about it, a couple days prior, but, it was a tone setter, and unfortunately we weren't able to keep it going, but other than that, it was a big-time play, and Zay's a really good player.
Terry, the defense kept the game really close, kept y'all on it the entire time. Just talk about the performance from especially these guys, not only in the back four, but the front seven.
Yeah, it was good. Coach said be most physical team. We just came out, kept being physical, hit them in the mouth. Man, they could do.
Absolutely, guys, and just congratulations on getting that win back for South Carolina. Absolutely. All right, that's all from the players. We're going to have more from head coach Paul Sutherland when we come back. We'll be right back.
South Carolina. The Shrine Bowl's come to win in South Carolina, 17-7 win over North Carolina. Paul Sutherland, the head coach here. Coach, talk about the game, the second half, how the team, especially on the defensive side of the ball, performed.
Well, you win these all-star games with defense. Coach Nelson, Coach Taylor, those guys, Coach Richard did a great job. And again, we put them in a bad situation. We wouldn't give up 7 points. But again, defense played well. Offense made some plays. We're just glad to get the win from the state of South Carolina. That's why we came.
Absolutely. And of course, last game for you, retiring, kind of walking away to win this game and to end your career with that. Can you put it into words?
Just very blessed. No one thinks more South Carolina high school football than I do, and it's just been a blessing to me. Great people. These kids have been wonderful all week, but again, just very blessed. I love this state and what it stands for.
I know I speak for everybody when I say thank you.
Oh, you're very welcome. It's been my pleasure. I'm blessed.
Happy holidays.
Thank you. God bless.
All right, more from Spartanburg coming up. More postgame coming at you in just a few minutes. Your final score, 17-7. South Carolina gets the win over North Carolina. Nice.
Meet 8-year-old Gracie from Charlotte, North Carolina, a little girl with a big personality.
This one was my first one of these that I made.
A little chickadee. How cute is that?
Gracie is the spunkiest kid around. She loves art, she loves playing games. There's always something going on in that little mind and little body.
Gracie is getting pediatric specialty care for a very rare bone disorder at Shriners Children's Hospital in Greenville. She and her family have been coming here since Gracie was a toddler.
What were some of the symptoms, some of the changes you saw?
The biggest thing was just seeing, like, physically on her back, you could kind of see a little bit of a protrusion of sorts.
It was really scary for us to kind of think about what the future would look like. We had both heard of Shriners before and just know the level of quality and care and attention, and the fact that it is such a rare disorder, it gave us comfort being in the hands of doctors that have seen a lot of rare things.
Gracie's treatment at Shriners began with a procedure called metacasting, a series of casts applied to a patient's midsection that helps keep the spine straight. As Gracie grew, her cast grew with her to help steady her spine and to correct her scoliosis for the long term. Dr. Franklin Geddes is one of 6 orthopedic surgeons at Shriners Greenville and leads Gracie's care plan.
Early on, she was previously treated with some casts to try to control the curve from getting worse. And now we've transitioned on to a brace, just trying to keep the curve from getting bigger.
Shriners Children's in Greenville is home to the largest team of pediatric orthopedic surgeons in the Carolinas. along with a talented team of technicians and engineers in the Pediatric Orthotics and Prosthetic Services Unit, or POPS for short, who make the Metacasting devices along with shoe inserts, braces, and artificial limbs, all done here in-house.
How nice is that for you as the doctor, just to have it all in-house?
It's great because frequently we have to change course.
Yeah.
Like they're not tolerating a certain brace, so I can go down and interact directly with the orthotist who made it, and we can make changes. Maybe we need to switch to a different brace.
She seems to be thriving today. Where do you see her in a year, 5 years from now?
I think there's no limit. You know, things will look different for her, right? It'll be her own way, but I think she will go on to do great things.
So much so that Gracie and her family have found a fun way to pay it forward and give back to Shriners Greenville.
She has started her own business to raise money for the hospital, which is incredible. Tell me about the cutest little name.
So the Cutie Pop Shop was started this past summer. So she attended a summer camp for entrepreneurs. Being that she's got a passion for art, we said, gosh, I wonder if people would buy your artwork.
It's amazing how particular she was of not this exact font, but just a little bit different, or not this exact color, but just a little bit darker.
What's been the biggest surprise about being a member of the Shriners Hospital?
Just kind of being, again, part of that family, part of that network. You don't really think about that before you're a part of it.
When you kind of get that diagnosis, you think, where are we going to go? What are we going to do? And to know there's a place that specializes in that was great.
All for the little girl whose life is being forever changed by the care she's received at Shriners Children's in Greenville.
That's great. You are so talented.
Thank you.
For Bay Hackle Entertainment, I'm Kelly Bardick.
Back to wrap things up here from Spartanburg High School. Final score of the 89th Shrine Bowl of the Carolinas. South Carolina 17, North Carolina 7. Reggie Walker, any parting thoughts?
Yeah, look, a lot of talent in this game, and we see it every year. And kudos to all the kids that know where their future lies on the football field. But I think it's an abject, sad situation that there are so many of these kids that play in a game like this that don't have a home yet to play their college football at this point. I think we've got to get that cleaned up. I know everybody leans on the transfer portal, but we've got to see more of these high school kids get opportunities.
Amen to that. For Reggie Walker, Jeff Taylor, Delano Little, Jack Taylor, our producer Andrew Suarez, the rest of our fantastic team putting on this edition of the Shrine Bowl of the Carolinas. I'm Darren Vaught. Final score again from Spartanburg. The Sandlappers of South Carolina beat the Tar Heels of North Carolina 17-7. Happy holidays to you and yours, and we will see you next year at the 90th edition of the Shrine Bowl of the Carolinas.
The real